Call Rich County Commission meeting to order, July 1st, 2026, and we'll have a pledge of allegiance. Commissioner-elect, would you mind leading us in that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's like having plenty of time to do this stuff and then just over again.
All righty, we got a motion for the agenda.
So we need to add just a technical amendment under commission business to extend the time period for Tier 2 retirement for URS so that we're in compliance with their fiscal year versus our calendar year. So we need to make that addition, and with that, I would make a motion that we set the agenda.
Second.
Okay, moving second that the agenda be set for today. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Jordan, come on up.
This is becoming a
Monthly thing, Jordan.
So funny thing, you know, my colleague Esty was limping in here last time.
Yeah.
Turns out that her leg was broken.
Really? Really? That doesn't surprise me,
I
actually.
said, next time just call in sick. Take care of it.
fall off your bike and break your leg.
Yep.
Stationary bike, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Pedal broke off.
She'll love that that's on a public record. But I'm here to talk about the interlocal agreement. There's been a need to go through. You approved the interlocal agreement last year to make the health department a multi-county united local health department, placing the authority of substance abuse and mental health underneath the health department as allowed for under state law. As we went through this first year of integration, there was some minor changes that we needed to make to it. And in that process, had some discussions about a few other things. I don't know how you'd like me to go through this. Hopefully you had a chance to review it, but I can go through each of the edits that we have, if that's what you want me to do, and just kind of explain them.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Okay. So under formation, really just small things. It takes away the word reaffirm and just leaves affirm, and puts the date of February of 2025, which was the adoption of the multi-county united local health department. Under duties, we realized we had some gaps there, and the biggest issue that we had was we didn't put the duties for public health under there. We focused primarily on the behavioral health side of things last time. So under duties, it's carry out all the applicable laws for public health, and then it also cites the Interlocal Cooperative Act, and then it cites the Local Human Services Act, which is where behavioral health services fall. And then in 2.3.4, it talks about the public health programs, and 2.3.5, it kind of lays out some additional duties that are part of the behavioral health programs. And we just wanted to put that in there to kind of give a little bit broader thing of what exactly the counties are delegating to Bear River Health Department. Do you want me to read through all of them?
All we can.
You want to delegate all you can to. But it really, those two sections really tie back to those two codes and pull out specific what those codes are. This one was not the result of this, but there was some discussion. Cache County went through a change. Historically, they've had the they've had the Cache County executive serve on the board, but they made a change where the council opted to have a council member serve on the board. And as a result of that, there was discussion about including the Cache County executive as an ex officio member of the board. Right now, there's 9 members on the board. The counties each appoint those. This would add 2 ex officio members. One would be the Cache County executive, so involved but not voting, and then an individual from Utah State. One of the reasons for Utah State is they're kind of a community within our community, and having that connection but not having a vote was something that was brought up, and so we added that in. And then it splits up, like in the appointment area, the appointment would be by the counties, like I said, of those voting members. And so there's a bunch of changes where we put voting members to delineate the roles of voting members versus the ex officio. The next big thing is on page 7. And this is, we have took the contracts from the counties for behavioral health, and was delegated the responsibility to oversee those contracts. And really in 14.123, the words "as necessary," we felt like it was important for us to be able to adjust those contracts as necessary throughout the term of the contract, without having to come back to the counties just as we go through the process. So then under the Behavioral Health Advisory Council, as we've got through and started organizing that council, we realized that there's a need for some ex officio members, one of those being from Bear River Mental Health. So not a voting member. If you remember, this advisory council, it actually advises the counties as the authorities with regards to any changes to the area plan. But where they have so much experience in the development of that plan, having their input into that, we felt like that was important. So we did add an ex officio seat to the BHAC, that advisory council. And then we actually specifically, under the responsibilities of the behavioral health, director of behavioral health programs, had them, one of their responsibilities is to serve as that ex officio member. And then the only other change that we had is as we're moving to a capitated model for both for mental health and substance abuse, the responsibility for Medicaid match. So somebody signs a contract with DHHS for the responsibility for the Medicaid match to the counties. And section 5.2.2 talks about that county match, and it authorizes the health department to sign that contract. So the way that works is we've taken on the responsibility for signing that contract, and then we work with each of the counties to make a request for the appropriate Medicaid match based off of the population. But we needed to make sure that we were authorized to execute that contract on behalf of the counties. So that's the total of the changes. There were other updates to laws and things like that I didn't include. Just as the legislature changes things or recodification happens, we updated those things and made some legal cleanups, but those are the substantial changes to it. But it does require that the counties give it consideration, and so.
Okay, so in reviewing those changes, I would make a motion that we approve the interlocal agreement between the health department and Rich County.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries.
Then I'm the next thing, right?
Yep.
As part of that, I talked about the director of behavioral health programs. And the law allows for that to be appointed directly or by contract. And our proposal would be that the current executive director of Bear River Mental Health, now called Bear River Behavioral Health, serve as the contracted director of behavioral health for the 3 counties. Just to be clear, the contract with them is very clear that if he is appointed, that their independent board can hire whoever they want as the executive director if he were to step away, but does not guarantee that that individual will serve. That's still subject to the approval of the 3 counties. So the contract's very clear in that aspect, that if he were to quit. So if you do want to consider it, I would recommend something to the form of not putting a time period on it, but until he's no longer the executive director or the contract with Bear River Mental Health ends.
Okay, I would make that motion that we appoint the director of Bear River Mental Health to be the director of behavioral health with the health department.
Okay, second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
I have the signature page where I can request them electronically. How do you guys want me to do this? I can send it electronically to you and to Ben. This is just the signature page for the interlocal agreement.
So is the rest of it. Or just our chairman's got to sign it, right?
Yeah, and then
Ben.
yep, and he reviewed it and he says he's happy to sign it once it's approved.
Okay. The best thing to do probably just send them electronically and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Ben was going to be here today, but he's not going to be. So.
Okay.
That's probably the easiest.
And then I send the copy to the recorder. Send it to you, and you'll put it on file.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I will do that once I have all signatures from the 3
And
counties.
this will come with your name on it, the email.
Yep.
So I want to be able to know
Yeah.
what it is when it comes.
It probably won't come until after July 14th because that's when I meet with Cache County. So it'll be a couple weeks.
As long as the email has your name on it, so that'll catch my eye.
Yep. I'll send it that way.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thanks for coming.
Hey guys, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Does Bear River Health have anything to do with trying to get more health insurance companies providing health care for the residents of Reganne?
Not currently, no.
Because right now, in Reganne, we only have an option of Humana. It would be nice to have more than one health insurance. It seems like we could go to where our health providers are located and have all the options that are in the area like that. Okay. Instead of just Rich, and that's all that's available this year. Plus it's Humana.
Is that through Medicaid or is that through?
Humana Advantage. You can check into that.
Okay, come on up, Randall.
Let me get my notes out. Okay, first of all, congratulations, Bill.
Oh, thank you.
If you don't
Ran-
mind. Go ahead.
Yeah,
State
Randall
your name.
Knight, Garden City Fire District, here to talk about updates to the lot and what we talked about last month about Bragg. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I've been getting emails from Stephanie Gittens, the new person over at Cache County for Bragg. And she said that because the fire station is listed as a special district, that I might need to have a elected official represent me or appoint me as the representative for Garden City Fire District and asking for a grant from Bragg, but that's still in the air. Ball hasn't landed yet, but that's where they're at now. Then the other thing they talked about is because over 30% of our structures are short-term rentals, that it may not be possible to do an income survey. And it's not clear to me exactly how that impacts the request for a grant or how much we can ask for. Are you familiar with that at all, Bill?
Yeah, so on the grant application, we'll have to report the median income of the eligible people, which this would serve. And because of the secondary homes, that income level is considerably higher than basically the full-time residents that live in Rich County, but you have to include them because the fire district serves all of everything within the district. So, and that includes second homes. We can have some discussion about that. Shawne, maybe you can, as we go through that grant application process, there'll be some criteria there that we'll have to come up with. Is number one, of the income level, because these grants are basically centered around communities and and their infrastructure that are permanent communities or primary communities. And so when you start throwing secondary homes in there, it really skews everything. So as we've done some grant applications for other projects, one of the problems that we run into is that second homes are vacation homes, and vacation homes basically do not qualify for grants for communities for their infrastructure that are permanent communities. So we can talk about that with them and see if there's any way around that, but that does skew the income levels of, and what that basically does is if a community's income is, let's say, 60,000 in Garden City's fire district or the sponsoring entity, whether that's, well, it would be Garden City Fire District, you're 75. That means that we would score lower than the community that had a lower income level. So it's just all a matter of who applies, but there's those criteria are scored, and then the scores are looked at, and then the awards are given based on the scores. So it does skew our grant process with income.
So I plan on meeting more with her and getting more clarification on everything. Okay, then I don't know if you guys have heard, but Whitaker Construction and Garden City Utility Group got together and teamed up to provide the dredge out of the new marina and bring it over and dump it on the annex lot. And so it took about 5 days for the trucks to come in about every 5 minutes to put enough dirt in piles there to be able to build up that lot to about 3.5 feet is what we're going to add to the lot to make that lot's elevation the same as the two lots, to the one to the south and one to the north. And so not needing any funds to build that up.
So You said Whitaker Construction and Bear Lake Utility Company?
Garden City Utility. So
What exactly is that?
that's the road maintenance team, the water team under the supervision of Riley Argyle.
Oh, so this is, okay, so this is Garden Cities, this is part of the Garden City Public Works Organization.
right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
So they're providing the grader and the front loader to spread that dirt, and that'll be done over the next couple of weeks. I don't know if you guys have had any reason to go play golf or anything and gone past the lot and see
Yeah,
how
there's
dirt's
quite a bit of dirt coming in there, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast they brought that in. Like I said, they bring it in so fast they couldn't spread it, so they just made a bunch of piles on the lot that estimated would be enough to build it up 3 feet.
It's also got to dry out a little
Yeah.
too as well to get it to.
Yeah, that's the other reason why they piled it up, let it dry out. So anyway, I just wanted to bring you guys up to speed on what's going on with Bragg and also on getting dirt for that lot. And then the board is thinking maybe in the next 3-4 years, maybe we'd want to put an annex building there, probably a 2-bay, maybe possibly a 3-bay, and have an ambulance and a couple of fire trucks there. We'd want to have a bathroom, of course, and lockers for PPE equipment. So guys called out could just go down there and get the PPE on and get to the fire as fast as possible.
So when you say annexation, are you meaning a substation?
Yeah.
So is that piece of property going through the annexation right now to include it in the Garden City, inside of the Garden City city limits?
It's inside of the fire district, not inside the city limits. It's in the
but
county.
Garden City's doing an annexation right now, or at least plan on doing an annexation that will take from where they're annexed. Their annexation right now is over to Paradise Parkway, because there's a strip that goes down through there where half, and I don't know where your lot falls on that, whether it's entirely in the county or half of it, part of it's in the county and part of it's in the city, because they did not annex right up to Sweetwater Parkway. And so they're in the process of cleaning some of that up, because some of the lots up there are half in the city and half in the county.
Right. So Paradise Parkway, if I remember right, that's over there by.
This is Sweetwater Parkway.
Yeah, I'm on Sweetwater Parkway on the west side of the road.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I've heard people talking about that, but I haven't seen a map showing what.
Okay, I know that Mayor Lenhart and there was some discussion from some people that were trying to sell their property there along in there, and the problem is their lot, part of it was in the city and part of it was in the county. And so when Garden City, it's been several years ago when I did an annexation, they did not go right up to Sweetwater Parkway. And so Garden City, in talking to the mayor, he said, we just need to clean that up so that those lots are clearly within the city limits so that they can have city water and that kind of stuff. So.
Okay, so you think it'd just go to the road or
yes,
not?
No, yeah, I think they're just gonna go to the center line of Paradise Parkway.
Okay.
Or not Paradise, Sweetwater Parkway.
Yeah, right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it probably will just go to the easement, the west easement of that, because that will be maintained. They don't want to take the road. They want to keep that as a county road. So
Of course, they don't want to maintain it. Yeah.
So this go to the road easement.
yeah, but that'll clean that up. And I don't know where they're at on that, but I know they're in the process of trying to put that together. So.
I've just heard rumors about that. And I think Mitch come and talked to you guys about that last month.
Probably, yeah.
So when we get to the point of building structure on there, would we want to name that like Pickleville Substation or Parkway Substation? What do you think? Or just leave it as Garden City Fire District Substation?
It could be, you could differentiate between the two.
Yeah, because I was thinking from a dispatch standpoint, it'd be nice if it was clear so that guys knew exactly where they ought to go.
Probably would be. You know, I know other places, when they have, you know, different, they're kind of spread out and they have different satellite stations that they usually name those satellite stations. So when, you know, the dispatches someone, you know, they know exactly where to, which area that they're being dispatched out of. So it's probably a good idea. You know, Pickleville's gonna be around for a while. I think, you know, it's still, you know, a name that a lot of people use, and there's a lot of history there of you know, the founding of those communities. It would probably be good to have it as the Pickleville, something like that. That's just my opinion.
Well, that's the things that I worry about at night.
Okay.
Thank you, Randall. You're awesome.
Thanks for your help.
Thanks, Randall.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, well, we just open the door, I guess, and let these people in.
Yeah.
Sarah, if you
I
like
need to go to
that.
the bathroom.
Public hearing.
Well, I just thought, because nobody was really here, I thought, we're gonna be bumped up on the agenda. I jinxed it in my own mind. Was that an error? You guys making some big waves?
Well, we're not.
Yeah, this is gonna be another data center.
No, that's not funny. Don't bring it.
It's a
Man,
look-
I feel so, I had a.
So who's gonna be on Zoom? Do you know? You don't know anything about it? Nobody has contacted you from the irrigation company or JUB or anybody?
You owe me.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Did you stay till they got to the top of the ridge?
We got over there too. And Kale had on the side of the trail. Well, they're just like open once a week. I run down there and shut the gate. I just worked up to that end.
Which side hadn't he put up?
East side of the trail.
Yeah, I owe you.
No, was somebody supposed to be on? Cause I can set something out.
We got a JV here.
Is Wally not here though? Irrigation.
Hi, morning. So
Oh,
we
good day.
I have something like that. JUB shirt on. So. Is he gonna have a presentation or anything? He's gonna talk about it.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Ben, you talking about?
No. JUB.
If we need to call, if we need to call him, we can.
I like OC's impressed, ain't he?
Like, we can try to set up a Zoom if we need to.
And NRCS takes one.
I'm just here to listen.
That's an 8, sorry,
Nate.
an 8.
Oh,
Is that
Oh,
Ben?
is that Ben?
Yeah.
Call Ben. We can still get him on, can we? Right from the get-go. Yes. You have to turn it on first.
I want to stay on the good side there.
I can make one.
Will you?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, let me grab a different computer. Okay. This is the one I'm recording on right now.
Yeah, you have to turn it on.
No,
We gotta plug the phone in. We got power, but we have no phone.
Please dial 1 when dialing this number. Please dial.
Hey, Ben, we're about ready to start a public hearing.
Hey, Bill. Great, thank you.
So, yeah, we got you online, so, okay.
Sorry, I didn't know we needed to Zoom, so it's gonna take a minute, but we'll get a Zoom going.
And so do you want us to sign in if we're present or if we plan on making a comment?
It's entirely up to you what you wanna do.
I think you guys already signed in. It's the same sign-in sheet as over there.
I have one for the public hearing and one for the regular meeting.
Okay, we ready? To entertain a motion to go to a public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Hey, we'll have, Os, you wanna come up? Well, I guess you don't for now. Where is it? JUB, you wanna come up and
Sure.
give everyone an idea what you're proposing, what the irrigation company is proposing?
Right here?
Yeah, or up here, wherever you want.
All right.
Yeah, that mic don't work, just speak loud.
No, you're good. Thank
Are
you
you-
for.
Do you need to put some up here?
I don't know.
Okay.
No. Thanks for having us. Thanks for having the public hearing. From what I'm understanding, we're getting ready to sign another agreement for the next phase of the design services for the Woodruff Irrigation project as part of the PO 566. This project's been going since 2021, about 5 years now. Just going into the next phase, as has been explained. We've gone through all the environmental portion of the project, has been bought off and ready to go. Now it's going into the into the design phase. The design phase will cost the canal company and the county $0. It all comes from NRCS. Once that design phase is finished, there'll be another assessment period where we can look at and decide whether or not it's the project we want to go forward. And then there will be, that's when the cost sharing will come into play. So I think today you are looking at signing the next part of the agreement, correct?
Well, yes and no. At this point in time, what we want some explanation is in the overall plan, there's a map there that has a substantial amount of territory in the watershed. Can you explain that map?
Yeah, do we have it?
I have a copy of it.
Come on up here, Wally.
So the map is a pretty large area. So
Map of the watershed, correct.
Yes,
The boundaries of the watershed.
as part of the funding process, and to get the environmental up and going, we had to show the watershed. That's what this map describes. That's why that's part of the report.
okay, so the watershed goes,
Takes in everything that drains into the Woodruff Creek drainage. That's why it shows up here in Dog Hollow. That's why it shows down here towards Randolph. That's what the official watershed, Woodruff Creek watershed is. That's the boundary of any potential water. It doesn't necessarily drain into the creek, but it's in that drainage. Everything from this point drains into Woodruff Creek, eventually into the Bear River, which that's the Bear River.
okay.
Okay, now,
So with that map, and that's the watershed, how does that project affect all that?
So
here's the project map.
yes, thank you. Anything in that water, as part of the report, we had to show the whole watershed. That's where the funding comes from the NRCS.
Okay.
It's a watershed improvement operation,
Okay.
right? Within this particular large watershed, the particular project is shown in this map. The whole watershed is not affected by the particular project. We're not working in the whole watershed, but because we're working in this particular part of the watershed, that's why they want the whole background. It gives them the whole story of what's going on.
So will this project affect anything but what shows on that map in any of the watershed other than where you're proposing?
Talk to me about effect.
Well,
The water that falls in within this watershed because of this project should be used more efficiently.
well, but you're doing a project. Is that going to affect the whole watershed?
I think.
So the
Tell me-
watershed map and the project map are two different things. Is what
The
you're saying.
project map is within the watershed, yes. As part of the project funding, we had to show the watershed.
You just have to show in which watershed the project is
Yes,
taking place.
Thank you.
Not necessarily, other projects can take place inside of that watershed. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Who are we inviting to this?
Invite Zan Murray, ZPM,
But-
HAUB.com.
But the project you have at this point in time only affects that area where the project is.
Yes, correct.
So as far as water goes, if you're going to hold more water there, is it gonna affect any of the rest of the watershed?
I don't see how it can. Well, it could.
No. The only effect this project will have is diversions directly on the Woodruff Creek drainage, the Birch Creek drainage down into town. It ends at my diversion on the south fork of Woodruff Creek. It ends at the last diversion in Jeans Creek, which is behind Melvin Easton's house.
The project doesn't increase storage at any of the two reservoirs within the project area. Hopefully, one of the goals of the project is to be able to use the water more efficiently, so the water should be higher for longer, but it's not going to store more, if you will, through this phase of the project.
Okay. I know that's a big concern because of the map showing the entire watershed and how that's going to affect, areas way outside the project. And that's a real concern. I mean, is water going to be taken away from the overall watershed? And if, the way you just explained it, it's only going to affect this area.
Right. The water will still, as precipitation falls and snowmelt comes down, come down in the two reservoirs as it does now. Again, through the project and through what we're trying to implement, it should be used more efficiently. but it shouldn't be, we shouldn't have more storage, right?
This will not increase storage at all.
Okay.
Okay, we have a comment or a question?
I was gonna ask you, how in the hell can you do more efficient than we already are? Except for put a pipeline, is that what you're interested in?
No, this project does not have a pipeline in it.
Good.
One of the things that we have up there is to automate the dam, the gate in the dam. And we will have also measuring devices at the splitter box. And so we can tell, we'll be able to know a lot better about how much water is going through the canal. And we'll be able to, how long does it take once you make an adjustment at the gate to see it at the bottom of the canal? Isn't it a couple days?
Usually, by the time the water master gets it distributed, it takes 45 minutes to open the Woodruff Creek Reservoir and wait for it to go down about a mile to the first measuring device, which is the bridge under the county road.
Okay. So
you have to wait that whole amount of time just to
Right.
see how close your guess was.
Right, so having the automation that we're proposing should shorten that time and get us more efficient in being able to get the water down, get the amount of water down the creek that we need to.
For a little more clarification on these projects, a diversion in the creek, an irrigation diversion, should have a couple of main factors. It should be able to block the water off to get the water out of the lateral ditches, but it should be big enough to handle the flow that comes down when there's a major flood. And some of these diversions that are in place now do not have an outlet in them. The water has to back up and go over it, or back up and go around it. So that, to me, is not a, for lack of a better term, a legal diversion. It works good for the landowner, but the guy down below, everybody down below those diversions, if there's a small flow of water, he can't get his water. I was in that situation this year. We had water for a week at a time. We were sending it to different areas to be a little more efficient with the water. One of these lateral ditches, the head gate washed out. So instead of any water going down the creek to be delivered, it went down this one ditch until they could get that head gate, which, as you guys know, it's pretty hard to fix a head gate when it's washed out and there's water all around it. So I know there's at least 2, maybe 3 diversions that are that way. They don't have a discharge pipe in them.
Okay.
And that's what these 25 projects address specifically, is the diversions in the main channel of the creek. There's no water storage, there's no other use, there's no pipelines, there's no other secret combinations to do anything different than what we're already doing. Just being more efficient, save some time with our water master, so that he can regulate this water a little bit quicker.
So, just to clarify what you just did, this isn't about a pipeline.
No, this is not.
This is not about raising a dam to do more storage.
No.
This is basically just diversions that will help to get water where it needs to go with the amount that it needs to go in those particular diversions. Is that?
I would add on to that, I would say there's 3 main parts. There's the diversions that you just mentioned. There's the automation that we talked about at the dam to make ourselves more efficient, and it's repairing the splitter structure, which is the backbone of the project, to make sure that we can get the water where it needs to be.
And that goes 3 ways, if you splitter.
I believe it goes 2 ways.
2 ways.
Yes. Yep. And then that at the same time, that splitter should have a measuring device on it as well that can talk to what's up at the dam.
And that's one of those areas that's always, I shouldn't say always, but has been an issue in the past because of high water. It washes that out, and then.
That's what I understand. You guys
And
definitely know better than I
it's
do.
in need of repairs currently. We're just hoping that it lasts until we can get going with it.
Okay, Peggy?
Okay, before we go any further,
Yeah.
let's clarify this.
Yeah, please.
Okay, people that are in this project, in the watershed, all these people.
Yeah.
So do they have to work on conserving more water? You said that and then you skirted around it.
Land treatment.
Land treatment, but I'm saying like, okay, our project's just down the diversions, but it's including the whole watershed. What's their responsibility in this watershed?
The people inside the watershed?
Yeah. You said they have to help, they need to conserve water and,
If I said they need to conserve water, that's not what I
Okay.
meant.
so how will it affect?
If
It's 102 years if you sign this. This is for 102
Okay.
years.
if I'm within the watershed and don't have shares in this canal, this project really doesn't affect me.
Hey, can they go and do projects and you
Yes,
can't stop them?
yes, for sure. Through the same program that we did it, yes. There can be multiple projects within the same
But
watershed.
do they
yes.
have to, did the Fed, this is a federal government.
It's-
We have to answer to the federal government.
If you get funding from them, yes, you
But
do.
if I wanna do something on my ground, do I
yeah.
have to come get federal government?
No, heavens no. If, the only reason you would have to is if you got money from the federal government, you'd have to answer to them. But this does not lock up the watershed, this doesn't do anything, this is just, the canal company has decided that this is an avenue they'd like to pursue for funding, and this is the rules you have to play by to get that money from the federal government. You have to show which watershed you're in, and what part of the watershed you're improving. But if I'm not part of the watershed, or if I'm not part of this project, or if I want to do something else on my ground, if I live within the watershed, no, they have no, it doesn't affect me at all. The only way it would is if I go to them for money, and then I have to play by their rules to get their money.
Okay. and we're
Isn't
not-
that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so
But
can I
for
finish my
this,
question?
yeah, please.
Okay, so down the road, because they're gonna have eminent domain or ground, and there's rules you got to abide by, there's 50% of ground they've got to purchase, you gotta abide by. So who pays for this eminent domain? Because the federal government won't, in the books, they won't do it. So who's gonna pay, the county? Are they gonna have to come in and eminent domain us?
I'm a
Is it
little,
an
help,
irrigation
give me a
company?
little bit more information. So
Okay.
is this something like if I have a diversion that I don't want done?
Right. Because in the
I think-
bylaws,
Oh,
we own
go
the
ahead.
diversions, what the bylaws read.
okay,
I know there's, but anyway.
okay.
So if we don't want to do it, can you still eminent domain us?
That's a good, that would be a canal company question. What would happen there? I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure on
And
that.
then, okay, I still got a couple more questions,
Okay,
I'm
please.
sorry. And then, okay, back at the last meeting we had, I asked you this question.
Yeah.
If these $170,000 diversions blow out, am I, as the landowner, have to fix it? Is it the county gotta fix it? Is the irrigation company gonna fix it? Because in the books, the federal government ain't gonna come in and fix it. How do we
Correct.
fix this? Right now, we can
Good
stack
question.
up our cement blocks and go into the track hole for 10,000 and fix it. How do I fix a $175,000 diversion? And you couldn't answer it last time.
Good
Do you
question.
have a question?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure how the canal company is going to run it. Do we know? Have we discussed that?
We probably haven't in enough detail to answer that question. It's probably something that needs to be answered. Hopefully, these diversions, no matter what the cost is, are designed that they will allow the 100-year maximum flow to bypass without washing them out, so that you don't have to go in and spend $10,000 to toggle it up.
But you don't know that. And then, okay, my last question.
I don't know if the sun's gonna come up tomorrow, but I'm pretty certain it is.
So you can eminent domain us for this project. Can you come in and eminent domain us for other projects, people in this watershed? If these guys decide this is gonna be a pipeline,
Not,
can they eminent domain us? Will the county have the power
not
if
through
you
this,
sign this?
not through this project, we can't.
But you can for this project. But when this
To-
project's over, can you eminent domain us on another?
You'd have to go
Project.
through, you'd have to go through the same process that we're doing right now.
Okay, so you won't turn this into something along the way we,
I work for the canal company.
okay.
I do what the canal company asks me to do. So if you're part of the canal company, then you have the voice to say that. But I do not have the power. I work for the canal company and do what the canal company is asking me to do.
But we still don't know who's gonna pay to fix these if they blow out.
It sounds like that's something that still needs to be discussed and decided on.
I didn't know if the county had to pay for it. I mean, this is pretty serious questions that this keeps kicked down the road.
There are still very serious questions that still need to be resolved.
But if they sign the watershed today, we're all done.
No,
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Because you still have another chance to do the same process when we go through, when we get ready for construction.
Does this project at all, does this watershed agreement commit the irrigation company or the county for any payment
No,
at this time?
it does not. Nope. Nope, it does not.
So why do we gotta sign that agreement just to do the design? You guys have done 30% design so far.
Correct.
And, you know, that's, what more are we gonna design
Right.
with this other 70%?
At each phase, there'll be more, well, like Wally talked about, we need to make sure that each one can pass these floods, right? We go into further depth of design, we go into further depth of modeling of the water and how it's going to react. These plans are just to give us a basic footprint of where the project would be and where it would affect. So yes, there's plenty more work to do on that. The next thing is when we initially started this project in 2021, a similar agreement was signed between the county and Woodruff Irrigation Company. And so this is just the next step. And so we're all agreeing that what we've got right now is acceptable. We want to go on to the next step.
I was on the board and I didn't remember seeing any agreement with that initially, other than like to do the assessment, the environmental assessment.
Right. In order,
This
right.
is a step past that.
Right, this is the next step. Now you're agreeing to do the design. And then there'll be another meeting like this to agree to do the construction.
I think on the watershed too, we kind of left out a couple spots in the actual Woodruff Creek watershed on that map.
Good to see you guys.
Up
Glad I could
above
join you.
the Woodruff Creek
If the group can
dam,
hear me, I
it's
can
not
share a
shown
couple
on
of
that map.
thoughts about the questions
Right,
that are
I
being
just was
asked.
wondering why that didn't get included, and then these other two spots that don't drain into Woodruff Creek are a part of it. They drain into the river, basically.
Right.
Sage Hollow is a good example of that. It's listed on there, but Sage Hollow does not directly run into Woodruff Creek, but it is in the watershed. And we've seen high flows come across the highway and down into the canal, but it's part of the watershed. It's not part of the project, but it's listed.
Okay,
So I want to clarify the whole eminent domain thing as the irrigation company's president. As long as I am president of this company, we will not do anything with eminent domain. That won't even be discussed.
It's already being discussed, and they've got us. I don't want eminent domain.
They're not doing, the county is the one who can invoke it, but as far as the irrigation company is concerned, we will not do that.
He just said
Now,
it's the federal government.
the commissioners can do some kind of an agreement with the company. The eminent domain will not be discussed nor used in this project.
But how long will you be president of them?
Well, I'm saying if we have an agreement with the commissioners, with the county, that says eminent domain will not be even mentioned in this, would that work? Would that be suffice? Because even if I'm not president of this company in 5 years or whatever, we want to make sure that door is closed. So then if somebody else is in there and they want to do something like this, it can't happen.
It says right here that they can come in and recreate on our property.
Well,
In eminent domain. I mean, this is ridiculous.
This is the paper that you gave us. They have the right
And he just
to
said
come
they
in,
did.
public recreation, public fishing. I mean, you have the authorization for these projects. It's on this paper from the
NRCS.
Yeah.
Utah NRCS.
Yeah.
Okay, Trace?
We're not interested.
My question is, and I think it's for the majority of us here that are on Woodruff Creek, who come up with the map on the watershed?
Zan, do you know where that map comes from? I thought that was just federal. That we pulled down. The watershed map.
Appendix D on the project.
Yeah, the watershed map is a map denoting the drainage area that comes into the watershed. NRCS's program is based upon watersheds, and so that's merely a drainage map that outlines the perimeter of that watershed.
Who draws the line?
That's all I'm trying to.
The question is who draws the line for the watershed?
Mother Nature.
Is it based
really
off
is
of
a boundary
elevation?
the high points around the watersheds. It's just a drawn line around the high points of the watershed that we use to denote, to your point earlier, if water were to fall in an area, it collects and drains through that watershed. So it's merely a depiction of the the drainage basin, if you will.
Yeah, I think that's very misleading, because anything on the east side of the river to start with is not going to drain into anything. Anything that drains into Big Creek here has got nothing to do with Woodruff Creek. I think that map is probably causes more heartburn than it really ought to, but I think the map is very inappropriate. I think it needs to be fixed.
I agree with that.
My second question is, why are we even discussing this with taxpayer money? I'm just curious.
We're not supposed to be using taxpayer. We're just a go through.
You're just the mechanism for the federal money to go through you to get to them.
Right.
A government agency has to be the
hand the money out.
The sponsor of the project to be able to qualify for that federal dollars. And there's no tax money, and there's no obligation from the county. If they don't pay, the county isn't on the hook. It's not.
There was some wordage in the deal of co-sponsors and what they're responsible for. Yeah. And that has to go away. That has to go away for me. But Gio?
So on this eminent domain issue, am I wrong by thinking that the county has eminent domain regardless of this project? I mean, the county has an eminent domain
authority.
So it's not like this is something new.
No. It's just
like something.
It's just that the co-sponsor has the authority to do that.
Call eminent domain on my property so people can go fishing. But I mean, you could, but the outcry would be tremendous.
Well,
what I'm trying to point out is the eminent domain issue on this. You have it anyway.
Right, and there's criteria why you can even do it. I mean, that's the thing. You've got to meet every level of that criteria before you could actually exercise the authority that the county would have to do eminent domain. It's no different than, if you need to expand the right of way to straighten a road out for safety, they've got the ability to do that over public safety, but there has to be a reason and there has to be criteria made. This isn't a matter of, we're going to declare eminent domain. At this point in time, that's just an option that needs to be available as we go through this project, that if everybody agrees that the county would be able to exercise that right to take the area to make the diversions the way they need to be. But the criteria has got to be met. It's not a matter of, we're going to take the ground, we're going to take it. We're not going to do that,
One more comment. As a board member on an irrigation company, our board is diversified. We're made up of shareholders, voted in by shareholders. We've been very careful on this whole project. We've watched, but there's different points. There's different ideas amongst the board members. We talk about it. This issue, I feel we've handled as a board as openly as we possibly can with all our shareholders. And none of us enjoy working with the federal government as far as all the red tape and all that has to do with it. But it's kind of like the new county bridge you put over Bear River. I don't think the county would have been able to do that without the help of the federal government. And we're in the same situation. All this project, I mean, we can't do it. It would break us as a company. There's no way we could do it unless we government.
And then involving them, you have to play by their
We
rules.
have to play by their rules, but as a board, we're very, very, careful, and we consider, and we have, I don't know how many times I've asked JUB and NRCS, are you sure that we still have the right at the end of design phase to say, no, we can't afford this, we don't want it, and we're totally off the hook, and it still costs us $0. And we've got the same answer every time, absolutely. So we've been very careful and watching how this whole process turns out. And as a board, I mean, Cord was on the board. He had every right to his opinion and vote as a board member. So there's a whole diverse board voted on by shareholders, and I think we've been very diligent in trying to protect the company and all the shareholders and treat all the shareholders equally. I mean, we're not looking at just one diversion. There's 25 because we wanted to treat all the shareholders equally. That was the problem with the pipeline design, is it didn't quite equal out with everybody. So we intentionally made this project to help all the shareholders equally. So I urge the commissioners, I urge you to approve this, because it's very fundamental in helping us continue to improve Woodruff Irrigation Company.
Okay, Tammy?
So go ahead, Tammy.
Well, that's kind of, I wondered, intimate domain with you and intimate domain with the federal government is two different things, right? When we get the federal government involved, they're going to be the intimate domain.
No, they wouldn't be. The county would be. But let me just say this. As far as the role of the county and the role of the irrigation company, we want to be a cooperator so you have access to the money. We want you to control what you want to do as an irrigation company. If you all agree that this is something you want to do and move along as you get the, you've done the study now you're going to move on to the design phase. Though in that design phase, you'll be able to see what pieces of ground are going to be affected, the amount it's going to cost, those kind of things. All we wanted to do was be a partner with you so that you can use this money to decide and to improve your overall system throughout, if you want to do that. We're not gonna do eminent domain on something you can't agree on as an irrigation company. Just understand that.
How about a person? Like if I don't want a road through my place.
That's up to your irrigation company. That's just it. If your irrigation company decides that the overall benefit for everybody is to do some eminent domain, then they'll come to us. But like I said, there's some criteria there that has to be followed. It's not a matter of, well, we'll just go ahead and do eminent domain. That's not how that works. There's some criteria that we would have to meet as a county to exercise that for the benefit of your project.
But if they think it's the best and I don't, I'm screwed, right?
Well, like I said, the irrigation company, you're separate from the county. You guys are going to have to decide that.
But you're the one that's signing the paper today
to say that we will continue on being a cooperator for your design money.
For what the canal company wants.
Yeah.
So
not what we want, it's what the canal company wants.
So we're not doing anything different than we did 5 years ago when we became a cooperator with you in order for the money to be bypassed through the county to, actually probably most of it was to JUB to do your environmental study to see if that was feasible. They've done that, checked all the boxes there. Now you're gonna move on to the design stage and see how far along you're gonna go. All we wanna do is just be the mechanism to draw that money down so that you can use the federal dollars to do the studies. Because if you didn't do the studies, you wouldn't be able to access any money. So we just wanna be a conduit for you. That's all we want.
So when you signed the first one, did you already sign for 102 years?
If that's,
If I want to do something with my place and it's in this watershed.
it's gonna be in the watershed whether you own it or
Well,
not.
but for 102 years, why is it 102 years? Why ain't it 10 years? Why ain't it, how comes it 102 years?
That was my question too. Say the RMW goes and does a project, when their loan's paid off with the state, they're contractually over, aren't you, with that project? With this, if you take that money, it's 102 years.
A
That's
lot's gonna change in 102 years.
longer than any loan you can get.
I assume it's just because of the amount of dollars. Is that not right? I don't know either. I
Dan,
wondered
do you
the
know that
same
one?
thing.
Dan, can you tell us why it's 102 years?
What's the question, Bill?
102 years, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one. That would be an NRCS question. Is that the term in the watershed agreement? Is that the length of it, Bill?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Ben, can you answer that? Why it's 102 years? Where did that number come from?
No, I don't know why they chose 102 versus something else.
Okay.
I know that many of the leases, when you work with the federal government, like the Forest Service and others, have those long-term timeframes. So it's probably a programmatic thing as to the term of that agreement. And it's an agreement between the county and the NRCS to, utilize the plan and work to implement it according to what's been outlined.
Okay, Peggy?
Okay, on the National Shed Water Program Manual, 500-11C, it's talking about the SLO responsibility. It says right here, level authority to level tax. So at least one SLO must have and exercise authority to level taxes or provide another adequate means of financial, the local share of the project cost, or as well as the OM and our expenses. So if the irrigation company can't pay for this, you are liable to levy taxes. So it is gonna cost the taxpayers of the county money if this happens. If we go broke, if we can't afford.
My big fear would be too, say you put in all these cement diversions, they're drawing the cement right now, I believe.
Mhm.
And if it comes through and washes them out, in that year, the county, or I don't know if the county or whatever you guys agree on, side deal with the irrigating company, they have to go through and fix them all. And right now, we can go out and fix them how we need to with, whatever we got, and it don't cost an exorbitant amount of money. We usually have water on the years it washes out, you're not worried about it. But that next year, mom and Melvin and dad, they fixed, they fixed one.
Built one right
that's
up,
in
it washed
this
us
truck.
out, we asked the irrigation company, said you gotta go do it,
And
it's
had to
yours.
get it fixed, and they got some cement blocks from Millingford and got it fixed up, and it's great now, better than it ever was before.
Got 15,000, that's not counting labor, but you go buy the ugly pile of.
And if
the
it
cement
washes
blocks
out
for
again,
cheap.
they could reorganize the blocks and fix them, so. Whereas before, when we started this project, it was gonna be a dam to store more water.
And that's what we agreed
And
on.
I understand that we need this project for a dam, but I don't know if we need it for these diversions.
And it says in some of these books that if ranchers can get together and pull the money and do this, we're not liable, we can't get this. These programs are for when there's no money to come other ways. We proved we did it. Clint paid on it, Martin, Melvin, we had Dustin come Melvin's son, and he did a great job with these excavator and probably got 15 grand, even if you had to pay all the labor, probably another 15, so we put in for 30, and this is 170 grand for 25, you know.
And I don't feel like there's a way to fix it. It's kind of like the splitter. It's that way now, and you'd need another project to fix it, just like that splitter. We don't have a way to probably fix it because it is made of cement.
You know, it's like wanting to go to Disneyland and you ain't even got money to go to Lagoon. The Woodruff Irrigation Company ain't really loaded with money, and we're paying on the Birch Creek, $700,000, and they ain't even fixed. We're paying on that for 28 years. And all that did, and it didn't fix it, and we're still gotta fix that, and there's some other things going on that'll, I'm sure will take a lot of money, and so I don't know, I just don't know why this has to be so big if we just go in and do it ourselves. And we've proved we didn't have a choice. It was the year of 2023 was that the big flood, blew it right out. We had no way to get water, so we went in waste, everybody helped, and it worked. It's probably the best one up the creek, and it ain't $175,000.
Okay. Brent?
Well, can I ask Paul one question? Like, if we agree to, if things signed for this next phase, pre-design, right?
Yeah.
They're saying 102 years eminent domain. If we choose not to do construction, are we still locked in or not?
Good question. I don't know. NRCS, again, it's an NRCS question.
I'm gonna guess you're not. If you're saying no, you're walking, you're not taking any money out of their hands.
You are taking
I guess we
money
have
for the
taken money
design.
for the design. We didn't, yeah.
For this next part, that's why they made you sign this, is to get that
But if
next
you say
phase
no,
of money.
then I don't know.
I don't know.
Tyler?
So that 102 years, I've heard that a bunch. I don't know. Is it in the agreement you guys are gonna sign? It's in the Plan EA. I'm aware of the Plan EA, that's the agreement. The Plan EA is based off of the life expectancy of the infrastructure. And so it's amortized over 102 years to figure out the payback, like if it's worth it or not. So I guess that's, I guess I need to look at that agreement, but in the Plan EA, it's just a number based off of the life expectancy of constructing the new infrastructure. So I guess that's the big question. And I feel like that's what the next phase is about. I'm getting wrong. To iron out these limits, right? Like he said, they've done 30% design phase. The next phase is to go to 100% and figure out, is it 102? Like to figure out these things. I don't think it's, what I understand, it doesn't walk us into anything.
That's why I understand as well.
And these questions can still be addressed during that phase.
I don't think you want commissioners that try to expand our authority and get into your guys' business. I think that there's really only a few things that we need to decide. You just want commissioners to protect the county and take care of the county's money. That's what this MOU is trying to do, is it's separating the irrigation company, says it will ultimately be responsible for any costs associated. And the Woodruff Irrigating Company will be responsible to obtain any necessary easements. You don't want a commission that butts into the water company and tells it what to do. I think that there's probably still time for you guys to resolve some of these issues before you take all the money and start building those diversions. This is hard for me because there's a lot of people that I like that support this, and there's a lot of people that I like that don't support it. But just wearing the hat as commissioner and just trying to protect the county, I think I would ultimately support it. I'd want you guys just to do whatever you want, and then I'd want you just to resolve whatever issues you guys have away from the commission, because that's not really it shouldn't be our business. And you don't want it to be our business. So I think voting yes would just kind of get out of the way of you guys and let the participants decide what happens after the fact, which is how it should be. You don't want a government telling you what to do. You just want us to be helpful, like Bill was saying earlier. And if I were doing a project and I came to the commission, I'd want them to help me and assume that I would work through the process. I still think there's time for you guys to address some of the things that are bothering you. But I think that the commission should, I think I'm in a spot where I would support it. Which is hard for me to do for some reason. It shouldn't be because it seems pretty simple.
So, Zan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm getting most of the conversation.
Okay, so would you go back and explain the map of why it covers so much area? I know you were trying to, but we couldn't hear you. So would you go back and explain where that map came from?
For sure, yeah. As part of the program that we're using from NRCS, it's based on watersheds, which are basically the high points around the perimeter of an area that where water falls, it's collected and is routed through. In this case, it goes to Woodruff Creek and then flows down. So really the line is just a depiction of what Mother Nature has given us, and that the program asks us to be able to define as part of the environmental document. And so that's why that is the size that it is. The actual project size is associated and shown in other maps that are there, primarily around those diversion locations, as Wally and Paul talked a little bit about. And those are the areas that are impacted by the project. And those are the areas where we have largely focused our environmental study efforts, and our time is around those particular sites to make sure that they're cleared for cultural items, for special plant species, for wetland items, and just getting a picture of what that is. That's what the environmental document has done to this point. Does that help explain that a little bit better?
Yeah, I think so, Zan. I guess there's just some concern about how much area it takes, and for a small project, why does that watershed have to be so large? But based on the fact that that's where the water eventually has impact on from either Woodruff Creek or you know, I mean, I get what you're saying, so I think that's helpful to understand that we're only focusing on the study area of the diversions.
Yeah, what maybe I could add to this too is that, you know, as we think about flooding that occurs in Woodruff Creek or water that falls in there, we need to study the entire watershed so that we understand the volume of water that will be coming down during a runoff or a flood event. And so we've actually studied that to be able to size the irrigation diversion structures appropriately. Now, can they withstand any flood that's going to occur? The answer to that is no. But we're doing, to Wally's statement earlier, we're designing them to a normal design criteria of a 100-year storm, and building it in such a way that it will be robust enough and have the capacity to be able to pass that through without washing out. Several years ago, the instigation of this project, I think it may have been back in 23, the flows were so high coming down during that snow or during that runoff event that it washed out those diversions and it flooded the property in that area for a long period of time. If I remember when we were up there walking around talking about the project, the land was essentially inaccessible for most of the summer because it was wet and muddy. And so you couldn't even harvest your grass hay. And all you could do is perhaps pasture it. The goal of this project is to try to prevent that from occurring in the future so that you can continue to run your normal crops. You can harvest your grass hay, and those diversions won't be washed out, but rather be more sustainable to allow you to continue your practices and uses of the land as you'd like to do. And that's just another point that I wanted to share.
Thanks, Sam.
You bet.
Any other questions?
I could answer one more question that's been out there a little bit if you'd like me to. Around what happens if it washes out again, that question. I know that's been a concern on one individual's mind as I was listening to the meeting earlier. You know, the intent, as I just shared, is to design these in such a way that they'll handle a pretty significant storm. Now, does that mean that it's foolproof and it will never have a washout? The answer to that is no. We can't guarantee that. So what happens if they do get washed out? Well, it's sort of like what's happened in the past when these got washed out as well. The individual shared the story of how the company banded together and got things taken care of. But like with many fixes, when something goes awry, there's potential for insurance to come in and help if you have that. There's potential for, man hours and people in the company to come in and support that. Or at times you have to go in and do another project and get that repaired. The company's had to do that in a few different instances in different parts of the company at this point in time. So, the federal government will take care of funding these projects to 75% because that's the match, which is a very good cost match. It's a very good ratio of grant to expenditure. And when you couple that with some other state grants, the costs of total improvements can be down around 10%. And that's a pretty good benefit for folks to be able to get a lot of these repairs done to handle these larger events for a very small percentage of the cost, which we know is challenging for everybody to afford that. So I just wanted to sort of convey that context around what happens if something goes awry. Well, it's sort of what happens in the past. You have to take care of, getting things resolved, and there may be another project that comes with it. Our goal and responsibility is to design it for that 100-year event. But if a 500-year event comes and something goes awry, that's Mother Nature has its will and its power to deal with those, to give us those challenges. So we have to navigate around that. So I hate to belabor it. Sorry, I probably rambled too much, but just wanted to give a little extra context.
Thank you.
Dan, on those events, let's say that the major diversion was washed out, would there be FEMA funds available for that reconstruction for flood control?
A lot of times they can be. You're exactly right, Commissioner Cox. The governor can go in and declare those emergency states and areas, and you've seen it in the past, I'm sure, with the time that you've been involved with the county as the commissioner. These events are there to help shore us up. I mentioned insurance, and FEMA is just that. We're using the federal government to help come in and shore up something that's been damaged or hurt in the past. The idea with this project, and it's tricky, right? But this is being proactive in a lot of sense, but it's also being a little reactive because of the events that have happened in the past. We're just sort of reacting to what Mother Nature gave us. We're trying to get ahead of. I think the irrigation company is trying to get ahead of the curve and have something that's robust enough and strong enough to be able to withstand most of those events that come through. And that splitter structure, I've been up and walked that and looked at that with the company over the past several years, and it's the heart of the structure. It's the heart of the irrigation company and how that works. And it's in a susceptible situation right now, and it's needed to be repaired. And that's why the board has been interested in this money, because they know that it's an opportunity that it can save some dollars and not impact the shareholders of the company so much.
So one other question for you or Paul. As we move through this process, we're gonna have, you'll be putting in some measuring devices to be able to monitor the flows of the channels and be able to be more reactive as to what water needs to go to what diversion. If this project doesn't go forward, how far down the road are we before theirs are actually going to be mandated to put in, based on the fact of where we're at with everybody looking for water and the use of the water and where it's going?
That's a really good question. There's been a lot of state legislation that's coming through that talks about measuring devices on certain irrigation turnouts and irrigation situations. Primarily, the legal requirements at this point are based around larger systems with a certain number of connections or more. They deal with individual connections to perhaps a residence or a property. The legislature's been mindful of the financial impacts to companies like Woodruff Irrigating Company in trying to require these meters to be put in place. So they haven't necessarily required it as of yet. However, one of the things that they have done, and this is where the matching funds would come to offset some of the 25% responsibility that's left remaining after the federal grant is participating, is that the Utah Department of Ag and Food currently offers agricultural funds to match these dollars that are federal, but as part of that, they want measuring devices to be put in. And so it's sort of a nexus of both agencies at the state and federal level to try to get these meters in place, because we understand the importance of water and the limitations of it. And if we can keep from spilling water or manage a little bit better, our hope is that your irrigation season can be a little bit longer. I'd imagine this year's irrigation season, it might be over already, to be honest with you. I don't know what the levels in the reservoir are, but I'd imagine they're pretty darn low. And usually I think you guys finish up irrigating by mid-July just because there's not enough water. If you can hold that water in that reservoir longer because you're monitoring and measuring flows downstream, and you're not just releasing water without an understanding of what's going on, that can help prolong your irrigation season. And that's really the goal that the board's trying to accomplish here.
Thanks, Dan.
You bet.
Gord?
I think, I have a few more questions about it. I kind of sent them to John, but I think one, like we talked about, the 102 years, I think the agreement that's Annalisa sent it to me, an email, says 102 years on it, so we hit on that. The cost, I think you guys had like an MOU between you and the irrigation company or irrigating company, but it doesn't state like that's, the NRCS agrees with that. So I mean, that's just kind of an agreement between you two. I don't see that as, I'd like to know like that's gonna be like forever, you know, and not can be changed or something like that as a resident of the county. And then the real, you know, real property, I think the big thing on that was the original diversions weren't built by the company. So, you know, there's probably gonna be a little backlash in that going forward, but to look into that, and the duty of the company now and the bylaws is to the private conveyances and ditches. It's to send water to those spots and then us to do it, and we're liable if something goes wrong. But if we sign this, that would change that liability to the company and the county as a co-sponsor. And then I think the other big things was, I just argued that right now it's budgeted at $0, and I'd imagine for this project, that's gonna end up being more, you know, just even if, who will own that spot where the diversion sits when it's done? Because right now, that's, you know, so that would cost something.
Yep.
More than zero.
Yeah, you're right.
And then number 6 on the agreement says the sponsors will obtain agreements from the owners of not less than 50% of the land above a floodwater retarding structure. Is a diversion a flood retarding structure like a dam? And that's for you, Zan, too, if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, I got most of that. Can you restate the statement about the 50%? I couldn't hear the wording there. I just want to get that wording right.
Yeah,
so
I'll try to talk louder, but number 6 on the agreement says sponsors will obtain agreements from the owners of not less than 50% of the land above flood retarding structures. And like I said, I've kind of read through the book, and like on number 19, if you go to the definition of a dam, it says a dam is a barrier to confine or raise water for storage or diversion created by hydraulic head, prevent gully erosion, or retain rock and soil debris, dams physical improvement, impounds water, and may include sediment conservation and flood. So will there need to be an agreement from the landowners above these diversions to make that work? The only reason I ask is because it's in the agreement.
Yeah, that's a really good question. The primary focus behind that is if we were to create a debris basin or a dam that would be impounding water and causing it to rise, and if that needed to be maintained or serviced above the top of that structure per se. When we think about the diversion structures, we're not creating dams at the diversions. They'll likely be about the same height as the surrounding land that's on the banks. We don't want to go in and raise them up higher and create these levees that divert water in the channel. That's not the purpose here. So we're really not damming up any water that would increase that area. That 50% really wouldn't get any larger than the creek bed, or if you will, the expansion of the banks of the creek that the diversion reached. So I don't see, as I think about the design, that there's really going to be any acquisition or easements needed that's significant, that's outside of the existing bed of the channel.
And then, is it okay if I keep going?
Sure. We got a few minutes. We're only 30 minutes behind.
Okay, so floodplain management, it lists the community of Woodruff as participant in flood insurance program, not the irrigating company or county. Will there be a cost associated with the county or the irrigating company now? I know we don't have flood insurance that I know of when I was on there. Now maybe you forgot it last year or two, but I worry about that, what that cost would be, what that is as far as, you know, I don't know about that, so I thought that would be a good question.
That's a good question about the flood insurance items. I can't honestly answer that. My suspicion is that, you know, there's currently FEMA flood maps that are covering different areas, and I'm not familiar specifically with the flood maps in the area at this particular time. That's been denoted in the document, but I haven't reviewed that specific part. So would there be costs associated with it? I can't, I honestly would be stabbing in the dark too much to answer that one. My suspicion is it's not significant, or it would have been outlined and brought up as a bigger issue in the document. But if there were costs, they've been identified in the document in that environmental assessment as to what those might be.
Then on the number 9, it says permits will be required to obtain, and it says on page 90 of the Plan EA, Rich County will get the right-of-way encroachment permit and floodplain development permit. Is that hard? Is that a hard one to cost? You know?
Yeah, the permits are the costs of the irrigating company, if I remember correctly. They're typically not significant, but there's certain ones that are required to be able to go in and access. A lot of the permits are county-based, or perhaps they're state-based, and we have to go in and take care of getting those addressed and taken care of. Those permits are paid for after we do the design and understand what the specific footprint of impact is. Again, so that it's down the road a little ways. And so as we get into design and understand the specific land that might be affected, or the permit requirements that might need to be paid for, those will be fleshed out. And what we like to do is look at those early on so the irrigating company can anticipate for those costs, prepare for those costs, and if we need to, we can look at different funding for those costs as well. Like I mentioned, the state funding that will probably be the mechanism the irrigating company uses to match the federal dollars that are coming.
I believe those permits are very reasonable. It seems like through the Corps of Army Engineers, when you're putting a diversion in the creek, you need to file with them. A lot of times they will waive the fee. A lot of times it's like $50. I don't know if that's the same permit we're talking about, like the
Yeah, I
Saxton
think yours is
diversion
right, one.
that they put in. The Corps of Engineers would approve that and say, yeah, go ahead, or no, here's our concerns with it. So that's why those are needed.
Sometimes you'll see a permit review fee for like a stream alteration permit. They are really low for irrigation companies. If you're a private developer or something like that, those fees are different sometimes.
Hey.
Land management permit is the one I was asking about. It's in Rich County.
Yeah, if there's work within inside of the floodplain, and then there's the floodplain administrator for the county, then we would be participating with the county and getting that permit approved, making sure that it's not negatively impacting the floodplains. What we don't want to do is be backing up. We don't want to create a problem for somebody else by trying to fix this problem. So that's where that floodplain permit review would be taking place. I'm anticipating that the county, either somebody at the county engineer, is addressing those issues when they come up. If there's a floodplain permit review that needs to take place, if there's development down in the floodplain area, obviously somebody's reviewing those to look at those.
Okay. All righty. We good? I know I have to echo what both commissioners have said, that we're here to support you guys and the irrigation company. We're not going to determine whether it goes or it fails. We're just here for a pass through to help. If you guys want the federal money, we're here to do that. If you don't, we won't. So, but we're not going to stick our nose in and say you're doing it or you're not doing it. That's not our job. But I do appreciate the comments. The one thing I had a question coming, and a lot of people have called me about it, was and you answered the question sort of. The map, some of the people and my neighbors don't receive any of this water, but why are they can sit under the map of it? And is that right, Denny? I get it doesn't hurt for them to be included. That's what I gained from your explanation about the map.
No, it shouldn't affect them at all.
Shouldn't change a thing. So
it's somebody sitting in behind a desk in Washington D.C. or whatever they're reviewing it. They need to know kind of where in the world we're talking about, and if a drop of water falls in that area, where does it drain to?
I'd argue that Sage Hollow or whatever, that not very much of that water goes across to any of those diversions. And that one,
right?
That's what I'd say.
And there's a lot. There's a lot. Yeah.
There's a lot that's not going to go through every single diversion. Like Zan mentioned, it's literally looking at elevation and drawing a line on top of elevation in the bowls. And where does it go?
The original Woodruff Creek Watershed, when I was on the board, showed other parts that's not on this map now. Why are they not included?
Good question.
And it's, you probably have the numbers, but 82210, and then a semicolon 1601010106, and that shows Woodruff Creek Watershed, and it's not that map.
Okay.
So I'd like to know why and more before we sign anything or go forward with anything. I want to know what changed from when we were doing that reservoir, doing the new reservoir, to this. Why did it change when we switched to diversions? Why did that change? I mean, that was the original.
Yeah, I can find that out. I can find that out.
Assessment. So I'd say hold off till we know why it changed and what would affect if you had done it on those other two areas that aren't included, the EA.
I can offer some commentary about that if you'd like me to.
Go ahead, Dan.
the goal was to look at trying to improve storage and increase storage. As we went in and initially looked at the project and did some initial work on the study, the first thing we did, we had the geotechnical engineers come and take a look at it. We went ahead and started to do some design numbers and try to quantify the cost of raising that dam, of making it bigger. We talked actually about how it might be less expensive to build it in another spot downstream. And what we recognized very quickly is that the cost was going to be very, very high. You know, the limits of the funding at that point in time were in the $25 million range. To come up with 25% of $25 million is a pretty significant amount of money. And so we met with the board and had a very honest conversation about the ability for the company to match 25% of $25 million. And that's a lot of money, right? We're probably talking $6.25 million, if I just calculate in the back of my head. I don't have a spreadsheet open right now. I usually have one, but the point was we had an honest conversation with the board about what can you afford to do and maximize the benefit from it. And it was a determination at that point in time that it wasn't realistic for the board to take on over $6 million worth of debt for the benefit that would come from building and raising the dam. At that point in time, we made a conscious decision in the environmental process to say, what can we reasonably afford to maximize the benefit of the project? And that's where the diversions and the splitter came from. That's where that project scaled down to be more realistic and cost affordable for the shareholders of the company and trying to maximize benefit at the same time. So that's why the project shifted. It was a very intentional conversation. We involved NRCS. We just had to have an open dialogue and be honest. What can the company afford? And building a dam wasn't in the cards. And so we've scaled to this size of the project.
Correct. I agree with that. And I was on there when we changed to the diversions, but I don't see why the watershed map should have changed. I think that's what because when you guys first sent it over with the dam, it just showed that Woodruff Creek watershed as a whole. And now we're taking in Lower Saleratus and Sage Hollow / Bear River. Those other two parts, I just don't see why they're in it, I guess is my big misunderstanding.
Can I ask, just for my context and understanding, why is that a concern?
Well, it's a concern of these other people that are in it, and they get reading the fact sheet on this for flood prevention, and it says sponsor responsibilities, power of eminent domain, authority to levy taxes. And if you go into and just different things like public recreation, different things like that. And so I think they worry that if the company can't pay for it, and the county has to hypothetically levy taxes against the watershed or the county. That's kind of the hypothetical.
I can appreciate that a lot. It's, if I'm inside of this boundary, I'm gonna have to pay more in the future. What's gonna happen there if I'm just a general citizen and not necessarily a shareholder receiving benefits? So
right.
It's a totally valid concern, and I can appreciate what that is. A couple of things, and I appreciate what Commissioner Cox shared earlier about eminent domain and the requirements to be able to enact that. Those are still hold true, and governmental entities do not like eminent domain at all. In fact, I've been an engineer for 28 years, and I've never seen eminent domain used yet. It's rather people like to sit down and have a good conversation and work it out a different way rather than going in and doing eminent domain. I don't think Rich County is any different than that in that regard. But there needs to be a legal mechanism that, let's assume that everybody's on board to have the project move forward and access those diversions and the project's in the middle of construction and a property sells. And the new property owner says, no, I'm not letting you in. I'm not going to allow this to occur. They have a different attitude or an idea behind this. At this point in time, the project, the point of eminent domain is that one individual could hold a lot of things hostage. But rather at this point, this situation might meet the criteria that Commissioner Cox talked about, where when we look at the greater good of the whole project in the area, eminent domain may need to be put into play. So the eminent domain clause within the agreements is there to try to prevent a situation like that from occurring. We don't want it to occur, but we all understand the legalities of things, and attorneys want to make sure that things are as fail-safe as possible. So that's why that's there.
Kind of the same.
Let me speak to us, if I can speak to a second. Sorry, go ahead. You might have a question.
No, I was just gonna say, is that the same thing with the authority to levy taxes, basically?
Yeah, I was just gonna go to that one next. So as the project moves forward, as Paul mentioned, the design is paid for by NRCS. There's no obligation to folks at the county or the irrigating company at that point. So what has to happen is that when the project goes to bid, there will be requirements for funding and signatures on contracts to be in place. The water company, the irrigating company, will likely have a loan from the state of Utah, and just anticipating that's the most likely place that they will get that. With that loan to the state of Utah, there will be securities that will put into place to secure that loan. Typically that involves water rights, which have a value to it. And so that's what is used as security for that. And so there's a bunch of different legal documents put in place with regard to bonds, loans, and securities, just like if you were buying a house or building a home. There's a lot of legal things that are put into place so that nobody gets left holding the bag. A lot of things still exist with this kind of a project, and the protection there, and the reason why that is so that the county doesn't get left holding the bag in that regard. So I'm not concerned about the county having to raise taxes or levy that, because there'll be insurance, there'll be other conditions in place that will be able to allow the project to be completed, and those will be put in place and written and signed before the project moves forward into construction and dollars are spent.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, I think there's been a lot of good discussion, a lot of questions answered, I think, and I think I would suggest the irrigation company try and unite one way or the other, and then come back to the commission for support. Is that fair to say?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Then we can move on. Will you entertain that motion?
I'll entertain that motion. Second. It's moved and second. Any other discussion? One last chance.
I have a question for that guy, or not a question, just tell me, we already have devices on our, to get our water in and out.
You know, they got pictures on the wall.
Well, I feel like we didn't have anything there.
So are you wanting to vote on this right now?
Yeah. No, not where we're not united.
We're still working on an MOU that we're working on NRCS. Our attorney's working on an MOU with that to just clarify the roles of the irrigation company and the county. And he's still working on that, and with the NRCS people. So.
Oh, sorry, I thought we'd be done by now. I guess we're gonna come back again.
Well, we just, that MOU will be part of the, just some clarification is what it is. So.
All right. Okay, motion to close public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for coming and commenting.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Appreciate it. Paul, thanks.
Oh, this is not, we aren't even, we're not voting on this. I thought we were voting on it. I was ready to.
Well, we could have been if they'd have been united and wanted to do it. I was ready to
Ben just said he didn't have them on.
Sounds like we're gonna do this again in 1 month.
No, that was our only, that's ours.
Hey, Mike.
Thank you.
I might have just hung up on that.
Thank you. What's that? On Ben?
Yeah, I just
Did you unplug him?
That's all right. We never heard from him anyway. Okay.
You ready for us?
Yes, we are.
Oh, good. Is it our turn? We've been doing so patiently.
We've kind of been waiting for you guys to get here. We just been.
Or it doesn't work until we buy this.
Yeah.
I know. Just waiting on that.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
When I seen you there, I thought, well, okay, we'll stop the public hearing and have you come now.
That's good. I'm glad it only took 45 minutes to shut them down. That's okay.
But we'll pause just for a second for our other commissioner to get here.
We don't want no.
But you only need 2 of us to get stuff done, so we can hurry.
Let's get the party started. We are the party.
I think this was the original quote, but Reganne found 2 other ones, just in case, for those Bleachers. These ones, she said,
can I waive
move.
the fee and not?
I don't know if these ones.
Oh, really?
I think one of the biggest, he'll talk about one of the biggest problems is the shipping and handling. But
Thank you.
we'll wait till he gets here.
Okay.
Thanks for doing that.
I just told him I don't see another way to resolve it, so.
That's right. He goes like this. He goes like this. He goes.
Ignored me. Oh, he's coming.
Well, he's reelected now. He thinks he can start
Yep.
on everybody.
Yep. You only gotta be nice the last year, right? It's for the public record. So,
Bill's just hiding from
Yeah,
us.
he just doesn't want to. He didn't want to talk to us. He's hiding now.
Oh, thank you.
Have to wait for him to get it into science.
Okay, Kylie, are you Reagan today? Who is? Why don't all of you come on up?
we're starting your clock, so.
Don't.
45 minutes.
We're not gonna need 45 minutes.
We're gonna need 2. I need 2 minutes.
I'm Shawne. So I'm Kirsten Early. I'm working. I'm not sure if you guys know. I'm a coordinator in the extension office with 4-H. So there are 3 bids for the bleachers for the show ring down there. There's copies there.
Said Reagan found them cheaper.
The cheapest bid was the one on the top from the parts catalog.
Oh,
So there are 3 bids. The top one is the cheapest. Again, the company is the Park Catalog.
might be able to ask me one.
First page is Park Warehouse.
I think this is a new one. We don't have.
It might be a new one. I know she called a couple of them yesterday, so.
21 feet long,
Yes.
and these are on wheels apparently, huh?
Yeah, this top one is, I don't believe the other 2 quotes are though.
That just looks like a different logo.
This one, it's this one. Oh, gotcha.
But is that a different entity? No, it's the same.
No, this one's different. This
They're
is
different company.
And we've got this,
This one's the cheapest one that we don't have in our packet.
the park.
Right there.
And facilities catalog. It's confusing because there's another company that's the Park Warehouse. So the Park Facilities Catalog logo. And then there is another company that says the Park Warehouse.
And they're all the same size, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're all 21 feet long, and they're all mobile?
Portable.
Yeah.
Transportable.
Yes.
And 20.
I think the transport's just jacks and then it has permanent tires on it.
So, and then would we put it on cement or not if it's portable?
We wouldn't have to this year, but ultimately we probably want a pad out there.
Do you think if we just like scraped it off, put some road base and compacted it, that would work though?
Yeah, because it's
I
just
mean,
a few days.
Gravel or something.
Yeah, just compacted it hard enough that they won't sink, but that would eliminate the cost of concrete for this year. I mean, ultimately, this is a price per one section of bleacher. Have you guys been out and looked at the old bleachers by chance?
Yeah.
We're just really concerned somebody's gonna fall through them because they were pretty scary last year at the sale. Which ultimately we really would like 2 bleachers and a shade. If
Of course you would.
now Bill.
You don't want people cooking out there.
He's already
so-
elected, there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, I mean, now Bill.
He's the bad guy. No, I have to be the nice
Sprayed the
guy.
mosquitoes early. You could please just come on, Bill. Hear me
So
out.
on these 21 feet long, is there enough room for 2 sections? Two
No,
21-foot
no,
sections?
I think the plan was they were gonna have a pad, but they're just gonna, where people set up,
Yeah,
they're gonna have it squared up.
I know, but what I'm saying in the future years, if we got one 21-foot section, is there enough?
Yeah, let me see.
I'm trying to think what the old ones are. I don't think they're 21 feet wide, are they?
I think total, when we measured, it was 47.
Was it 47?
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking, this don't look like it'll seat nearly as many.
Those ones have 7 rows right now, and I think all these have 10. Would be the only difference. I think they're taller than what's out
So
there.
these have more rows.
Yeah, these are higher, and they also are ADA, so they have kick plates behind, so you can't fall out and fall through. And I believe they have a rail on each side, so.
And if they're portable, Bill, you'd take them over to the park, sing a little karaoke. I mean, that's really dual purpose.
Sing
Not just for
karaoke.
the sale. Maybe you could sing for everyone. I don't know.
They could be used for.
We could, yeah, we could use them everywhere.
With that comment,
He has no choice now.
He's gonna be fine. It'll be the first time he's cussed me. You'll be all right, Bill.
there is just no way that we can afford that this year. I think we can do the freight. We got enough in there for the freight.
The freight's more than the seats.
The freight's better on this one.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a lot better than
by
these
about
other two.
half.
You shouldn't be so grumpy at us, Bill. We're way funner than the crew you just had in here. You should be grateful to see us.
This is his grateful. You're getting the grateful bill, yeah.
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried I'd see crusty Bill.
Okay. On this, do we know the availability?
3 weeks.
This one's 4 to 6.
4 to 6 weeks.
I think shipping it was the 3, but the lead time is 4 to 6 weeks.
It's not good.
Today.
So we have got to go on it.
We ordered it today.
We can get it today. Maybe you could call Bill and give him some charm and tell him to get it
Because
here.
at the bottom, I believe it says.
I bet you
shipping.
could.
I could.
If we paid him.
Lead,
Not
or
that I
their
can go.
estimated lead time down here. Estimated lead time is
3 weeks plus transit and freight. Call before delivery only. Additional charges apply if a lift gate or offloading service is required.
We can offload it.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
Huh?
Sorry. Do they come assembled?
Yeah, but it's not open for public comment, so. Just letting you know.
I don't know that they come assembled.
Might have to put them together.
We
I
may.
think we might have to.
I know when Garden Cities come, the sections that they got, they just come and they were all bundled together and they had to put them together.
We can do that, right?
But, you know, we could,
If you get us 2 sections and a canopy, I bet we could sort something out.
Bare bottom?
Yeah, we know some fellas. Levi'd probably kill me. I better not. But don't record that. He'll be so mad at me.
It's already there
Yes.
for all time and
Sorry,
eternity,
dear.
yeah.
I said it
It's on the
first.
record.
It's okay. It was
Kylie-
my fault.
To be fair, Kylie did it first.
Yeah, we got some service hours.
There's service hours that these kids need to do and stuff.
well,
Brandon, I'm sure would help us.
The current one's 40 what feet?
47, I'm pretty sure.
So we need 2 of them.
Please.
Yes, please.
okay. It's not on the agenda, so we can't approve it.
That's false.
No, it's not.
It is on the agenda.
Bleachers request.
Bill, if you hurry and just approve it, I'll even go buy you something at the bakery. Let's just be done with this.
His sugar's getting low. That's why he's
I
getting
know, it's why
grumpy.
it's getting crustier by the minute. Let's get him a donut.
You got a motion?
I don't know, I mean, I would motion to buy more than I should, so I'm waiting to see what Bill.
Well, then let's have you. Let's do this.
What are you thinking, Bill? I think what's giving him heartache is the freight, because it's just,
Yeah, but there's no labor if we put them together, so really it's a wash.
So here's a couple of questions I've got, and that is if we ordered 2 sections, I'm wondering what the shipping and handling would be on the 2 sections, if that would be reduced to the point of,
That would be my hope. It'd come
you know,
on
that,
once.
yeah,
One
so
load.
same cost.
come on the same load, so that would reduce the price, you know, on that second section by, you know, 4,000.
That's something they'd have to do some negotiating with them.
Yeah, so about 50,000, if we could do some negotiating and get the 2 sections for 50,000 on the same truck.
Yeah.
See what the budget looks like.
We put
No, I've
some,
got that quarterly report right there. You could look at that.
Or you could guess too, whichever one you want to do. But
Is that gonna make it better or worse for us though? Well, it's not guessing, it's gonna make it matter, John.
I don't know what matters. So we do have money budgeted, but we're also gonna upgrade the lights in the arena, so we're just trying to make sure that we're not overlapping, because we do need lights really bad.
What's wrong with them?
They don't work very well, and they're
We're
dark.
We're gonna upgrade.
Oh, they shine brighter. Tell G-Dub his bedroom window's now gonna be brighter.
Gonna try and upgrade to LED.
Yeah, instant on and off and no shadows.
Double argue that, because them things are bright, shine right in the bedroom every night,
All night.
all night.
Yeah, I'd like to table this till this afternoon. And go over some numbers here and just see where we're at. Cause we've already spent some money and, we gotta figure that out. I also am gonna make a call and see if we can talk them into sending two for the price of one, which would be.
I think we'll at least get you something, but we're hoping that we can do more than.
Yeah, rather than make a motion and say we're gonna buy just one, I'd like to defer making this decision until after lunch and make a couple of calls and look over this, see if the possibility we could get two at the same time. You guys okay with that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, there won't be an awning involved this year. Okay, so that's maybe something we can look at next year. So if we can get two, we'll have to use our old awning we got probably for this year.
Is there a way to make that work with the existing line? With the existing poles?
With the existing poles that are already set.
We'll have to look at that. We may have to set some new poles. But that wouldn't be probably too hard.
I mean, yeah, I don't think that'd be too big of a deal. Set some
Yeah,
poles.
we could put some drill steel in the ground and cement them in and, do something. Yeah,
Is that a motion then?
Yeah, my motion is just to defer that until this afternoon.
Okay. Second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Not yet.
Motion carries unanimously.
Deferring that.
Okay, we'll do that.
Come back in. We'll visit you before we leave. Before we take off, one of us will check in with you guys, with whoever's in the office.
Probably will be me.
Thank you. You're gonna call them, Bill. You don't need one of us.
Yeah, do you want me to do it or?
Let me call him.
Okay.
Let me see
Do
if I can
you
get
still
on.
need a donut then? How's that gonna work?
Do you want
bagel?
those two just in case?
kinda
Those
look
were the
like a
other
bagel
ones
type
that she
guy.
looked
I
at
don't
too.
want a bagel.
We need all your bids.
I usually don't eat.
I got some.
Do we?
There's two copies.
Okay.
So there's those ones and then those ones.
Has Reganne been the one talking to these people? So we don't have a contact person?
I can get it from her if I need to.
The sales rep is listed.
Okay, great, perfect.
If not, I can always reach out to Reganne too, so.
Now we'll just see what we can do.
Okay.
Do we want 4-H to file the bids or do we want?
We gotta keep them.
Okay.
She's gotta keep.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Now you guys can speak. Since you've waited patiently.
You guys have had your hands full this morning.
Where'd that go? All go.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Just a sec.
He didn't say she was coming in her place, in his place. Mitch.
Oh, he's not coming. He's not able to join us.
So Samantha's probably here for him.
I didn't get that impression from the message you sent us this morning.
She's just doing county business,
Yeah.
had to come to the courthouse.
We do extend regrets on behalf of Mitch, who was named in the agenda item. He said he had some bacteria samples that were timely and needed to be taken care of, so couldn't be here today.
I've never used that.
Oh, we got drug tested today, is that right?
Bacteria.
Bacteria, yeah.
I wondered if he was
Maybe.
testing the lake water.
I just assumed it was that or wastewater or something like that.
Yeah, you bring up water, it's always intense.
Yeah, I mumbled at the end of that agenda item to Nikki. I said, "Whiskey's for drinking water," or yeah, "Whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting," and you know.
The thing is I think that's also what like killed, well, what got the data center in trouble too, you know?
Partly.
But
I really, in a public meeting, don't want to say too much, being that I represent them too, but yeah, partly. There's a lot more behind that we all darn well know.
yeah,
But
whether the information's right or not, water's a good tool to use to get people stood up.
some people have been very artful in how they deploy that leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean, I know how I feel about my water rights. I'll go toe-to-toe with somebody because I didn't get them for free, pretty expensive. And anyway, yep.
Big oaks, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good, Commissioner. Thank you.
Did we state our names and everything?
We have not. We
Let's
were waiting
do
for the
it.
chairman to be here. Ladies first.
Hello, I am Nikki Weston. I am with the County Economic Development Board.
And I'm Shawne Milne, Economic Development Director for Bear River Association of Governments. Thank you for having us on your agenda today. We really appreciate it. We wanted to give you kind of a review, an overview, as it may still be, because some of the projects are, as they usually are this time of year, still in motion. But we wanted to give you an overview of this last year, kind of tee up for next year. So, Madam Chair, is there anything you want to cover about what we're doing for fiscal year 26 so far?
I'll turn it over to you.
Excellent. All right. So at your direction, we've been managing the small business grants. We had an online application this year. It seems like it worked well. The feedback from the board, which, by the way, the board has been very engaged. From my limited experience with you for a few years, this board is really good, and I give a lot of kudos to the chair and the other members for convening as frequently as we are and really doing, I think, a good job. I think that it would pass the sniff test by GOED's expectations as to how the small business grant has been conducted. So some of those applicants have actually submitted their receipts. Maybe I should back up. Those were awarded, 3-4 months ago? Yep, we had a couple of workshops for the first time. We hosted some workshops that advised folks before the application deadline as to how they could go about doing so and to make better applications than perhaps the past had seen. And that was some of the feedback received from previous board members and yourselves. So that seemed good. The applications were much more thorough and made a better business kind of case. We may even tighten that up a little bit to address some of the feedback we got from applicants. But those were awarded, the notices sent out, and like I was saying a moment ago, we've gotten about half of those that have submitted their reimbursement requests. So now we're asking among those if they could give us some success stories that we could include in our annual report to GOED. That value add is certainly part of what they want to hear. The others, Mitch was going to be sending out a reminder and saying, hey, could you give us an update as to where you're at? They do technically have until the end of the calendar year, so we're not too nervous right now that they haven't submitted those and given that it's the middle and full swing of the tourism season.
About what percentage is used it?
We were at half.
Yeah, I thought we were like 50-50 by my recollection. I don't think he was. We went through the list and named every one of the recipients, and it's my recollection that it was about half. So,
is it half the money or half the participants?
Participants, probably.
Yeah.
They're all different.
Yeah, they were. There were a couple of modifications from the award to the last meeting, but they were in keeping with the intent of their application. It was just like one of them was a walk-in, and walk-in cooler for an eatery. What did that get changed to?
We switched from a walk-in cooler to furniture for the restaurant because they ended up in Cody's old restaurant instead of next door. So they didn't need a freezer. They already had one. And so they went with furnishings for the restaurant.
We're also, through Mitch, following up on a past year's recipient that has become complex in that we're not sure that they've used the funding the way that they had applied for. I can keep you posted when we know more about that, but he was going to look into that a little bit further. We want to make sure that that money gets used appropriately so that, all of us involved would be able to answer questions if we ever got pressed by GoEd about that. So speaking to that, this is a much better process too because it's post-performance. It does create some challenges for some of the applicants that they have to spend the money first and then get reimbursed, but Mitch has been really on top of it. He and his staff have been able to repay those within a couple of weeks of when they submit a receipt versus some cases before they were getting the money beforehand on a good faith. And here I'm kind of exampling one that got it and didn't necessarily come forward with it. So I don't want to say too much because we just need to look into that one further. So with that, there's that bulk of the money for this last year. Of course, there is a nominal amount that's come to Bragg and a little bit more, but seemingly still kind of a nominal amount that's gone to the Bear Lake Regional Commission for staff and support services, and we of course both appreciate that. The third and fourth and fifth allotments. The third was to an economic development project for one of the municipalities, a manufacturer that would come to town, and some of the infrastructure costs is what that money was set aside for that you had approved. Without saying too much because it's still in play and don't know how protected you want the information to be, the city is working on providing some of that infrastructure, and still we're understanding the city is working with that manufacturer that would be expanding from another place in the state to create some good year-round full-time jobs as you advised us you want more of. So that one's in play. And then the other one, the sheriff.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the sheriff has purchased some radar equipment. When we have the really big weekends, they do not have enough, and that the order has been placed. We do not have the receipt yet on that, so we have not repaid it, but it will be here shortly.
And then the last one is an allocation that goes to the Rural Communities Opportunity Grant. We all know the sad circumstances in Garden City, and we were working with the mayor, who was tasked with reaching out to his council to let him know about how the county had received that $125,000 from GoEd for that competitive grant cycle, the one that's not guaranteed like the rural county grant is, the RCG. The RCOG is competitive statewide, and we had successfully secured $125,000 to help them with some of their growth management, specifically how to make the customer experience safer in the retail environment around the two state highways as you come to the intersection there, the signalized intersection in town. Get people parking off the highway hopefully better and more so that they're not darting out in between blind spots of vehicles to jaywalk across the highway. And to help overall beautification or create a pedestrian pathway in the middle of town so it's not just so much on those two state highways. We've met with Mayor Pat since her election to that office, and she's working with her council to address what that next step might be, where it had kind of gotten dropped with Mike's situation. So that's in play, and that's about it for the update of this year. Any questions on either the RCOG or those other items we've talked about? Okay, then if not, we'd like to proceed with just kind of giving you the heads up. The end of year report will be due August 1st, so this is your meeting before then. The county's Economic Opportunity Advisory Board, aka CEO Board, has a meeting next Monday morning. And we'll be convening to give ourselves an update on the latest, like I just gave you, on anything else that we have from Mitch to report on those applications, see if we have a receipt from the sheriff's office, etc. And also to produce recommendations to you for next year's application. So at your next commission meeting, Madam Clerk, we would like to be on the agenda once more to ask for the commission's approval of proceeding forward with the fiscal year 27 request. But we're also here today to ask in part, do you have any thoughts, observations on how this last year went with the guidance you gave the board last year on more full-time, less concentration on the tourism or seasonal jobs? Any other thoughts that you'd like the board to contemplate as they meet on Monday ahead of coming back next month to you for final approval?
I'm tickled pink that some of our locals that are established could use some of the money to better their business and not, I don't know how to put it, to startups or whatever that might not start up or might not last or go as long through the shoulder seasons. I think this helps to go through this, get these businesses to where they can go into the fall perhaps. And I don't know, I'm happy with the direction you went.
Yeah, I think I think the direction's really good too. Probably like we discussed before, just see if there's any like projects that the board itself sees that it might do to increase tourism. I still think there needs to be some sort of electronic signage, kind of like as you come into some type of community-owned signage where advertisement can be ran, or but
I thought that was funded.
Was it one? I think we funded one of those, didn't
Did
we?
you?
We did.
Ms. Garden said you're doing it. Was that through the other grant though?
No, that wasn't the RCOG. I can't recall. Was that a business though? That wanted an electronic? I think that was one that didn't get funded.
So
I think that was the chamber's request.
It was, and we gave them $5,000.
Was that through us? I'm sorry, I just don't remember. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, that was.
And until this
actually
morning, I
TRT.
really thought Mitch would be here and have that list. That's on me for not coming.
You're correct. That was TRT money.
Okay.
that the chamber requested on.
Because I think he had asked us as well to supplement that, almost like a matching grant, but without calling it that way, because we weren't offering this as that kind of an opportunity. But as you were just speaking, Commissioner, that's what I was thinking. I was like, that could be an interesting approach for a matching grant that says, well, like the RCOG, I'm also thinking of one of the other counties that we were not successful in an RCOG application, but it was for a Main Street facade grant that we wanted to create, where it was a 1-to-1. Again, that was one of the other counties, not yours, but we had said, if you want to improve your Main Street look, kind of like Vernal had done a few years back and has now proven to do them right. It's been a good ROI, return on investment. One of the other counties was looking to do that too, and I guess we could do that with digital signage. I'm sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
I was thinking that Garden City was going to put some money towards that as well.
I was just saying items that can touch multiple
new projects,
businesses at the same time, that
Okay.
maybe the CEO board is in charge of. I'm not saying do that, but I'm saying that may be an approach that the board looks at, or use a small chunk of the money for additional monies, like you just said. Just thinking outside the box, I do think direct to business removes a lot of bottlenecks for people that wouldn't be able to do things themselves. I think it helped Summit open faster be able to have some access to funds. So stuff like that obviously is the most important, but I think there are other things that we could do that, just depending on how ambitious the board is feeling.
Do you have other suggestions?
No.
Okay.
The RCOG is a good example of that because it is something more holistic towards a few blocks.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, if they're going to be close to the signalized intersection, it doesn't do a whole lot to help Mike's Market, for example, that's further away. But if you can make the pedestrian and traffic experience safer, right there, and again, making it more pedestrian friendly with identifiable sidewalks and non-confrontational parking spaces in the mid-block, you can help to expose more broadly than just one business. To your point, that was part of the application that we were successful in getting, and part of what we've discussed with Mayor Pat already. A digital signboard is an interesting perspective because this could go, these kind of monies can go towards amplifying your tourism impact. And like you're saying, I don't know if this is what Mr. Smoot and the Chamber is thinking about doing, but if it's advertising upcoming events or directing those weekend visitors towards different businesses that they might not think of, I mean, is that what your thought is?
Yeah, I would rather have it be a community-owned sign than a
business-owned sign.
Yeah, or
business,
chamber,
or okay.
a chamber. I would like to run details about events, or even maybe like alerts, like every once in a while when like the weather's like it's time to get off the lake or stuff like that. But I would like to have access to it from a public point of view. But ultimately, it mostly promotes businesses and events.
So are you thinking a floating sign out in the lake?
Yeah,
get off.
Yes. Can you guys apply for that?
Like an autonomous
a robot sign.
Zeppelin. Yeah, Zeppelin.
There was, I'm just sitting here thinking about it. So just as you turn at the light and head towards Logan, there used to be, and I think there's still a sign there that was a.
Oh yeah, the Bears Den.
Yeah, and it would advertise, what they were, about their deli that they kind of had in there, but they had events on there, and they also, I wondered at one point in time, they would advertise different businesses as well. Now, I haven't noticed that as much lately, but when they first put that in, I think you could pay into them and they would pay, or they would display, like it was a Cafe Sabor would come up, and also Bear Trapper would come up on there, and a phone number. But I haven't noticed it near as much lately.
I don't even know if it's on.
Since they've changed hands, maybe that kind of went away. And it wasn't huge, but it was just as you turn, and it was always something different, So
I don't imagine the public hangs out much at Town Hall. But I mean, the fun park's across the road, right? Because I'm trying to think about where there's publicly owned property that if it were publicly owned, this digital sign, that it wouldn't be on somebody's private property and be subject to liens and things like that.
At one time, where the big Garden City sign is, the real high one that has like the Garden City offices, and it also has the clinic in there, and that was going to be a big reader board sign that was right there. It was on city property, and it was going to be right there, and they were going to put events on there, and you could also advertise, but UDOT shut them down on that for some reason.
I was going to ask you next, how would the town feel about the digital, the lights? Would you want it to turn off at a certain time and then turn on at a certain, I wonder, I was thinking like when you brought up UDOT, was it a distracted driver thing that they were like, but I mean, we see them in Salt Lake now, they're full-size billboards. Not that I'm suggesting that's what you're offering.
And it may have been a power thing, because I know they were trying to do it, and the next thing, it was like 3 times the size of what they were actually going to put, that big high sign. And that one, I don't know that that'll survive the traffic light situation that they're going on, because it's right blocking your view as traffic coming down the canyon. So I don't know what they're going to do
Well, this is some good guidance for the
Bring that
board
to the
next
mayor.
week.
Absolutely.
Any other overall objectives as I move to you saw the memo, I assumed that was addressed to the CEO board and you guys from James Dixon, requiring that for a contract like you have with Bragg or in-house employee that other counties have, and I used to be with Cash, they want a little bit more accountability than what they've seen from some other areas. And in speaking with members of the Governor's Office of Economic Development, they gave me some examples elsewhere that was comforting to hear that they weren't targeting us, but nonetheless, they're using us as also an example of how to make sure that we have a contract with each of the 3 counties. Bragg has a contract. And so they put in that memo for the sake of the audio recording that we need to have a scope of work describing the projects and activities expected from the consultant, description of the expected deliverables and outcomes, budget narrative describing the proposed fund usage by the consultant, a line item budget describing the proposed uses of the grant funds for each project, calculation of the value against each of the consultant's fee or salary, copy of the contractor agreement. So we just need to formalize what we've already had mostly verbally here throughout the years and the updates. We just need to reduce it to writing and memorialize that, which again, in my follow-up conversations, both with James Dixon leading up to the memo going out, he and I had a really great meeting face-to-face at the April management conference of UAC. And so he had shown me some draft language that was on his laptop at that time. And he'd also, he's been good about giving me an update along the way. And part of this is new leadership of GoEd, and part of it I just think is good, solid business practices too. I mean, we're in economic development. We govern ourselves by contracts, so I think it's a good thing. But in my follow-up sense, it really is, it can be that simple. But I'm going to turn to you guys as well as the CEO board next week and ask, what objectives beyond what we've just discussed, if you were to have an overtone of objectives that you would like for me to accomplish and put in this contract that I'd also have for adoption at the next meeting? And I guess that's a question, well, it's fresh on my mind right now, Madam Clerk. Is there a timeline before the commission meeting that I need to have a draft contract to you to provide in a packet to the commissioners?
If it's needed to be a public hearing.
It isn't a public hearing.
It's not a con. So honestly, 24 hours.
Okay. Well, I'll have it to you guys before that because I want your feedback, based upon the feedback from the CEO board. I then want you to see what they've conjured up as well and have some time for some back and forth that we can have a final document for adoption.
And that would include the things that you just mentioned about what you're working on and those kind of things.
Yeah, and for this ensuing year, and it could be as general as, for example, when site selectors come to town, I make sure to bring them up here, which I do. I mean, honestly, even when they're manufacturing site selectors, there's not a lot that Rich County is going to be able to offer those compared to Box Elder and Cache County's population. But I want them to see from their management team to their thought about the community broadly that they're buying into, that the outdoor recreation opportunities up here are great. I want to show them just how diverse our Bragg region is. So I think of some that I brought last fall. The very first night I brought them up here. And, we had dinner at the Conestoga Ranch and then drove down the long way, got to see a little black bear, which was great for a couple of guys from Texas, before we dropped down through Preston and then into Cache, where I got him a hotel room for the night. But just, it can be broad and generalized like that too, that I provide these opportunities, that I try to reach out to so many retailers, for example, or whatever you might envision. So I just want you to know that the palette is big and broad, but they also want some metrics, right? They want those qualitative things, but they also want to know that you guys have conceived something that is a hard number here and there. So.
Good.
Okay, well, that's about it.
Get something to us.
Okay.
Next commission meeting.
Anything else, Madam Chair?
No. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for your hard work.
Sorry you had to sit here so long.
Oh, I was coming to that anyway.
Oh, good.
Water is economic development, so it's good to hear about it.
Well, should we see if we can get Kim after and break for lunch for a minute?
Is the 1:30 canvassing, that's got to be at 1:30, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just come back and let's just come back and, my thought is break for lunch, go ahead and have lunch and come back and you guys can canvass. And while you guys are canvassing, I can look into this situation here. And on the bleachers and see where we're at funding wise and what we can do there while you're canvassing. And then we can talk to Kim. I don't think she's gonna, unless she's gonna be gone this afternoon, which I doubt. And then we can work on our expenditures and our minutes, and then we can adjourn and
Okay, thank you.
over applications, I guess.
Yeah. All right, we'll break for lunch now. Shortly after 1.
Okay, you're on.
All right, I'll call commission meeting back to order. 1:30, Board of Canvassing.
Okay, this is Annalisa Peart, Rich County Clerk Auditor. I've got, I'm here to present the official certified canvas summary and ballot tabulations for the June 23rd, 2026 primary election. This is for your review, to review the summary reports and election results. There were 898 ballots in connection with the election. Of those ballots, 893 were timely received and processed. A total of 888 ballots were accepted and counted, with 5 processed ballots were rejected for various reasons. Those include 2 didn't have a signature. 1 had there wasn't even a ballot in it. It came back in the mail like, let's see if I can find it. Came in the mail like this. So there was no ballot inside, and they had cut out their identifying marks. So it just came as an empty envelope. So whether that was on purpose or not, that one had to be processed but rejected. One came back that somebody in the family had indicated that that person had been deceased. So there was a ballot, no votes, and there was no signature. So that one was rejected. And finally, there was one more. There was a non-party member who had voted. So that one was also rejected. So then we also had 5 additional ones that came in the mail after the election that they weren't processed and we had to reject. And those all have had letters sent out to the voters to notify them that their ballot was rejected, or wasn't counted. There were, out of 888 ballots, 293 came back by mail, 555 were returned through ballot drop boxes, and 40 ballots were cast in person, including 2 provisional ballots, meaning there wasn't a way to identify them before, like they hadn't registered or something along those lines that we had to do to get them registered correctly. So they were accepted, their votes were counted. So we had 1 military and overseas voter who did not vote, so we didn't have any received. Here's some more statistics. Out of the 888 ballots counted, 488 were counted before election night, 396 were counted on election night, and 4 were counted after election. The 396 ballots counted on election night represents a 44.59% of all ballots counted in the election. So just another little information. The post-election audit happened yesterday. We had poll workers here to help do that process. The Lieutenant Governor's office randomly selects ballots for us to review by hand and hand tally. So we reviewed 96 ballots, and the audit was successful. The numbers matched everything. So we also had an audit signature verification audit, which means that we have outside people looking at the signatures that passed. We have a 1% audit that's required, and we didn't have any discrepancies that were identified, so they all passed. All required election notices and reports were completed in accordance with Utah election law, and I am ready for a motion to accept the approval on this. All right, go ahead.
Are we supposed to look at anything?
You can look at whatever you want.
Like you said, you already had the meeting yesterday.
Yeah, we did. We had our audit yesterday, and anyone is invited to come to those.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to accept the primary election results and ballots as presented by our clerk.
Okay. I will second the motion, step aside from chairman and second it with Bill recusing himself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need this paper back?
Yes, please, thank you.
That's good to be done.
Until November.
Yeah.
One thing of note, one thing that's noteworthy is that we had a 71% turnout countywide, which was the most in the state. So.
Really?
Nice. 71 was the high?
71% turnout? Voter turnout, yeah.
That does seem very high, actually, when I was looking at the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, I could go back on and look again, but we were towering. I mean, there was one that was close to us, but everybody else was pretty low.
Okay.
I wonder how Box Elder was.
33%. I got it right here. 33, 36 Cash, 38 Weber.
I thought to get those incumbents voted out that they would have had to made a big old push, but
the next closest one is Wayne County, 69%. Maybe Daggett. Daggett in the show.
I guess that's what happened to those commissioners is all the angry ones voted and the others didn't, probably.
Yeah. Beaver County, 70%.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. So we beat them by 1%, huh? Because I know that they had a pretty good turnout. Seems like there was another couple that were in the high 60s.
Tammy lost.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Me either.
There was, so Wayne County, this says Wayne County was 69%. And then like King County, 53 in Emory, the smaller counties. 44 Duchesne. Daggett doesn't have a percentage for some reason. It's the only one that doesn't. 55 in Millard. That's a huge county. All right.
Did Daggett have a primary?
Must
We
not
did.
have.
Yeah.
Do you want me to get Kim?
Yeah.
Somebody named Adam Roundy won with 109 votes.
He took Jack's place.
Jack Lytle.
Or that seat. He ran for that seat. Let me just put it that way. Well, that's good. 71%. We was hoping for. We usually get up to high 70s actually.
Yeah. I think we hit the 90s during the Trump elections.
Yeah.
It's curious to me though that they talk about early voting and they talk about mail-in voting and all that, and still half of those ballots never come in until election day.
Yeah. It really ought to be a holiday. Not primary, but like general election day. Be cool if Monday and Tuesday were off, wouldn't it? Celebrated like veterans and right to vote.
Okay.
Okay, Kim Wilson, Ridge County Assessor. Now, I have several different things. So here are some personal property exemptions that were filed towards the end of before we started estimating and billing. So there's not very many to approve on those.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the personal property tax exemption as presented by our assessor.
Second. Okay, moving second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Also, you guys approved a business license for Bin Lab Equipment, which is Noah and Nate Perry, last year. And you said you'd seen the piece of equipment that he had in his driveway. So I know it's a dumpster and garbage can cleaning business, right, and the pads and things too. Do you know what kind of equipment? They didn't file a personal property statement, so we have to estimate and bill. And we were trying to figure out, is it one of the bigger, like a skid mounted
No, it's
pressure
actually,
washer?
no, it's on wheels. It's a truck itself and has a pressure washer in the truck and actually can pick the dumpsters up on the back and tip them down so they can spray them out.
So is the truck like he would register?
Yeah.
Okay. So then the pressure washer and everything would be in the back.
It's contained in.
It's contained, but it would be considered separate from the truck. As far,
It's-
that would be considered personal
It's
property.
a factory truck.
Oh, it's like a fire truck. Like
Yeah.
it's all set up that
Yeah,
way.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just for that, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's what we needed to know. And in the minutes, you had mentioned that you had seen it, so thank you for that. I just needed more clarification on that. Next thing I got an email from a gentleman that is said that they have established their primary residency in Idaho, so they want to switch from this year from Utah to Idaho as their primary, so they'll be secondary here. And some of these, if we can correct, I've got some mistakes and corrections also, that if we can fix those before they go to, before we have to.
Evaluation notices out.
Thank you. That thing, yes. If we can fix them before then that is that much easier. And what I will do is I'll put it on the mistakes and corrections when you approve them, doing the official approval during Board of Equalization. Is that okay? But I can get them corrected now so that when they go out on valuation notices, they're correct. Because I have this one, then I have two that are claiming primary residency here. This Mr. Jones, he has been primary for the last 4 years, but we didn't catch that he had sold his home in Willard and moved over here. And so he was wondering if he could get a refund for the 3 years. Well, we can fix 26, but he'd need a refund for 23, 4, and 5. That's what the total refund would be. And I apologize, I only have one copy of that.
What's the total?
2,500 and something.
So, we have a copy of his primary.
Yes, he's right here.
And that's something.
Yep.
That's something we just didn't get corrected, is that
Yeah,
right?
yep, he changed his mailing address and everything, and we just didn't know that he'd sold his other home and moved up full time.
Okay.
And he didn't realize he was supposed to let us know that. So, and I know in the past you guys have done some refunds on some of those. So, but I tried to check everything out and it looks legit. I looked at Willard, which is what, Weber, Davis. No.
It's Weber.
Weber.
Yeah.
I looked on their website and the previous address that we had for them, it wasn't even in their name anymore. So they don't have it. So I think he's legit. He has a power bill on the back. Showing that he's just paying power there. That's kind of hard to know because if they have a home here, they'd be paying. But it has his physical address there. And like I said, I'm pretty sure they're legit being here. They're not ones that I have heartburn over. So, and this David Christensen is the same thing. And this Daniel Barrett is the one that sent the email wanting to change from the. So those two are primary to secondary, or secondary to primary. That one's primary to secondary. Did I say that right?
This one's primary to secondary.
Yeah, that's the one that established his residence in Idaho.
Okay.
And he wants me to send him something in the mail confirming that we have changed it.
Do you need me to go in and change those after this?
Well, I've changed some of these. Well, I'm not done yet. Let me explain what I've done.
Are we doing one motion? Are we still just talking about Scott right now?
His would be the refund. These other two would be the primaries versus secondary. So it's
okay.
Kind of up to you guys, I guess.
I'll make a motion that we approve the refund to Scott C. Jones for the last 3 years from secondary to primary, a total of $2,546.66.
Second.
Okay, moving second for that refund. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd make a motion that we grant David C. Christensen primary residence here in the county for year 2026.
Second.
Okay, moving second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So this Daniel Barrett, we've got to approve him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would make a motion that we approve Daniel Barrett from changing his primary residence to a secondary residence as he has relocated into Idaho of 1421 North Broad Hollow Road.
Okay, second.
Okay, moving second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, and then as usual, I found some mistakes and corrections. Actually, the tax commission was doing some checks of some of our stuff. And there were some things that we had, like I had a secondary building but undeveloped land. It didn't get changed to like secondary real estate. So I corrected those, and I didn't even think about it. I corrected them before I thought, oh, I'm not supposed to do that, and Lisa's supposed to do that. So I have corrected some of those, and then I had Mike Chernus has some buildings that we didn't have, and he had sent me the information and I forgot all about them. And so I put them on as well, which I will put on my mistakes and corrections sheet for overall. So anything that was done after I closed my assessment roll will all be on those mistakes and corrections sheets. So I've kind of changed them except for these. So I can finish it up, and then for Board of Equalization, any changes then you could make. I apologize.
I'm sure she don't.
I was just finding the mistakes, and I was like, oh, I got to fix this, and so I did. So I apologize. Trying to get used to
Makes it hard for you unless you're locked out or something.
Yeah, well, it was just like, oh, I got to fix this, and they on some of their reports they sent to me. It's like, why is this weird? And so then I got to look and it's like, oh, that's why it's weird. So
we'll take care of that on BOE.
are you okay with that and then make the changes before the valuation notice? Because like I said, I've made the changes already on those. I haven't on those. But I thought instead of doing half and half, and then it just makes it easier when valuation notices go out if we fixed the mistakes part as much as we can. There'll be others I'm sure that they will find.
Those valuation notices I'm gonna be signing off on them next week.
Yeah.
Because the recorder is still doing some updates. And so I have to wait for that, so you'll have a little bit of time, but
after that, I have to send it off.
Yeah, and then that's all the ones I found so far. Anything else then will be through the official Board of Equalization, if that's okay. All right, and then the last thing that I've got is I got this stuff just recently, within the last little bit. The top one is a request from Alex Nielsen with the state auditor's office. So they want all of this information. They requested, it seems like, every year. And then the second group of pages is what Curtis Cook with UAC, the Association of Counties, has responded with. And Coke, whatever his name is.
Curtis Coke.
Coke, okay. It doesn't spell like Coke. It's not a C-O-K-E. It's not a, anyway, I can't come up with, Koch is what I want to say. So it's Coke.
Coke.
Thank you. Curtis Coke has sent in response to that. And so, any heartburn, any suggestions, any copy of what they said so you can see it.
This is interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
So is he telling you not to? Not really saying anything.
Good, yeah. I just wanted you guys to be aware because there is a little bit of conflict.
So are you complying with the audit? You're doing.
Well, I'm trying to give them what they want. The state auditor's office is the one that does audits. All the information that I was kind of looking at with regards to what he's requesting, not all of it we have that we can give him. We can give him what we can, and that's all we can do at this point. In the past, I've given it to him because most of that stuff they're requesting is public information anyway.
Yeah.
And so I don't have any really heartburn about giving it to the auditor's office. I mean, I guess if they're doing things that they shouldn't be, that's on them. But I don't know that that's for me to deal with. And so.
I just don't know why the auditor's office would need that information.
I don't know, but they got it last year too. And if they want information, they can request it or subpoena it or whatever. I know there was a bunch of heartburn over it last year, and it looks like it's starting right back up again. I think the state officer or the state auditor at one point in time had made the comment that this is not official. This is just what I had heard. So it's hearsay that they could do our job better than we can. So I don't know if that's what they're trying to do to prove a point or not. I don't know that. But there is definitely controversy out there. And it's just, I received the response from Curtis Coke today, and Alex I'd got last Wednesday, his request, and I haven't done anything yet.
I do know that the state auditor is unusually aggressive in her offices.
Yes, more so than
anybody
in.
Yeah.
Which is kind of surprising. I would think she would have plenty of stuff to do.
Yeah, Assessor seems like a weird spot to, but I mean, I don't really see any benefit from fighting it,
Well, like I said, and I was looking over the list of stuff, and it's the same basic stuff as last year. And like, so they can request 50 data elements. If I don't have it, I can't give it to them.
Is that what they're saying? Is they want
all of those, whatever those things are? I think there's 50 things.
There is.
For every property?
Yeah. So, but if I don't have it on them, I can't give it to them. If it's a piece of vacant land, it's not going to have your built square footage. Not going to have, stuff like that. And so all I can give them is what I have in my system.
And I would just give them the least effort information.
Yeah.
Here you go.
That's kind of what we did last year. Now Puma can pull stuff for us, but we're not complete in Puma yet. I've still got to go through and do the other part of the properties that that I hadn't cleaned before the before the beginning of the year. Well, I went through a lot and then it got crunch time to try to get new values on. And so I didn't get through all of them because it takes a lot of time from the time I compare my old stuff to the new stuff and make the corrections. And it takes more time than I thought it would. So my Puma stuff is not complete. So I think what I would like to do is just kind of explain that we're still in the process of transition and it should be completed this year.
That's what I would do.
And then give them what we gave them last year and go from there. Because he didn't hassle me last year when I said we'll give you, I responded and said we'll give you what we have. It's going to take me a minute to get with our computer guy to get you the stuff. He didn't hassle me. Excuse me. Some of the other county assessors received a subpoena for that information because they hadn't responded, were dragging their feet, were in this stuff with UAC.
What the heck is going on?
Yeah, I don't know, but it started last year and it looks like it's probably going to continue when I saw that. So I thought you guys need to be aware.
Yeah, that's
It's public information anyway. And I don't know that if it's requested, that we can withhold it from the state auditor's office.
Yeah, I mean, you can until they subpoena you,
Yeah.
But I don't see any reason to fight it. I think that if there's something that's not supposed to be, or if the auditor's overstepping, I like an auditor that's aggressive. I need to say that's their job. But I think if they're overstepping, it'll be dealt with during like the legislature,
Well, and it's under the pretense of some kind of a financial something.
Yeah.
But they don't fund our offices.
Yeah, what do they?
Unless it's assessing and collecting, which they only have a small portion that's state assessing and collecting. The majority of it now is county generated assessing and collecting.
I'm guessing they're making a database.
That's my guess too.
Yeah, to compare values.
To compare and see if they can really do it better than we can. Whatever. I don't care. At this point in the game, if you want more work, have at it. Surely you would think she'd audit a lot more of the financial stuff that's going on within the state and what we pay for things and what we actually do within the state then.
The property tax is such a hot topic right now in every other state too. It's kind of a low hanging fruit to protect and check and double check.
Well, and there was just a deal that came out. It was in the taxpayers little newsletter thing.
Taxpayers Association.
That thing, yes. And it was they'd done a interim, it was in the interim study thing about the proportion of taxes with second homes versus primary homes. I was just reading that today. That's kind of an interesting mix there too. It's doing what it's designed to do, but the second, recreation homes have grown so much in our state, and our county was highlighted as one that it is, it's a big part of our tax base, basically.
I think we'll see an exemption on second homes.
And they've tried that in the past, exemption on second homes, and we fought like crazy because it shifts the burden back to our local homeowners. And
like
Senator,
a lot.
Depends on how much the exemption is.
Why don't they just lower,
And Senator Bramble fought that and was helped us a ton because he said, I chose to put my extra money in a boat. I'm not getting an exemption on my boat. Why should you guys get an exemption because you chose to put your money in a second home?
And still expect the services to work when you go up there randomly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so he had some good valid points, but we fought that for years at the legislature because it was going to shift back to our local people, which, we have a lot of elderly living in one home, and why should they get taxed out of their only home? Because now we're giving exemptions on second and third homes. I mean, I don't know. And where do you draw the line? Is it a second home? Is it a third? Is it a fourth? Some of these people have homes in multiple places.
Well, and the hard part is many members of the legislature have second homes.
Absolutely. But there are some that have chose to put their extra money in a boat.
Yeah.
And not a home. So, or a motor home. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but just so you're aware that there's some extra stuff out there.
Yeah, that sucks. Okay.
Thank you for your time. Do you have anything for me?
I don't think so. I think we just respond like we did last year and see what we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's what I intended. I'll let him know that we'll get it to him as soon as we can.
Let's
And
kind of see how it plays out with some of the other smaller rural counties and see what they do. The worst is, okay, subpoenas.
yeah,
You know.
I just don't want to be drug in the court system. I'd rather not be subpoenaed. I'd rather just comply.
Well,
And I just don't see if it wasn't public record, then I could see maybe, oh gosh, but most all that stuff that I was looking at is public.
well, but you still got a lot more information to enter in. You just as well get that entered in and then
Yeah.
then you can.
Well, and that's why I don't want Puma to want them to pull it from Puma right now, because it's not, we don't have a complete database in Puma.
Right.
So, okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you, and Lisa, I apologize for stepping on your toes on making those
She's perfectly happy.
error changes, so it's like, oh.
She's so happy.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
I've read the minutes. I would make a motion that we approve the minutes for June 3rd, 2026.
I'll second that.
Okay, moving second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I've reviewed the expenditures and also the quarterly report, and I would make a motion that we approve the expenditures for June and also the quarterly report for April, May, and June.
Okay, second.
Okay, moving second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. What's this deal with the Forest Service?
Okay, so our payments that we get from forest receipts, which are they're to offset what's been lost in basically in timber. The school district gets a portion of that and we get a portion of that. It's called SRS money. And we need to designate what we're going to use that SRS money for. Some have used it for education. Some have dedicated some of it for road maintenance, basically on forest and private land. And then some have just designated to take the entire amount and put it into in ours it goes to the special service district. We dedicate it to the special service district, and it basically goes for transportation needs. So that's what our special service district is. That's where our mineral release money goes, and it's also our SRS money. And we use that as cash match for projects that we use. I would think that we just stay where we're at. My opinion is to just stay where we're at. We get a whole whopping $34,000 a year out of it, and we just go ahead and rather than split it up, 10 here and 15 there, that we just take the entire amount and turn it over to the special service district. That's my thoughts. And I don't know. I need to see what the form is, whether it's changed from years past. But I know they've been emailing Lou Jean. Maybe we ought to get a look at the form and just see what our options are. But I think there's 3 options on it. So.
Okay.
Do you have a form? It's not in the packet, I didn't think. At least I looked and maybe I missed it.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm gonna pull it up. It's
I have it in there, it's just the drop-down options don't show, so let's see. When we allocate. So that's weird. I was looking at one I thought had a drop down. So it's either 100% going to Title I or different allocated amounts to Title II and Title III.
Right.
But I don't. It looks like I don't know them.
We have flexibility. If you get over 350,000, then you have to use some in Title II and Title III. But where we're like we're less than 100,000, so we can have a major distribution, and 100% can go to public roads and schools under Title I. And it just basically says a county that elects to receive minor distribution must make an affirmative election to use 100% of its share for Title I purposes. That would be my recommendation, and I would just make that motion for the amount of money that we get.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. URS.
Okay, so based on what URS wants, we need to make an amendment to our URS our URS allocation for our Tier 2 public employees that are and authorize that our public safety employees under Tier 2 and authorize the deduction from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027 for Tier 2 public employees, and that's a percentage of.
They didn't say, it just said it was going up. Let me get to the website and I can tell you the exact amount.
It probably doesn't matter. I mean, we're gonna fund 100% of it, just like we did with our motion when we approved our budget back in December. We're gonna fund 100% of it, but they want to break this down into a different calendar year versus what we did. So
yeah.
I guess we'll just have to keep this in mind that we're switching now to a fiscal year versus a calendar year. That would be my motion, is to just amend our motion and fund it for the into 2027, June of 2027, instead of ending in July or January or December of 2026.
Second.
Okay, got that motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Election form. Have we talked about that?
That's it.
That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Are we doing bleachers, Bill?
Oh, yeah. I think based on the quote they give us, I need to
probably guesstimate amount and then.
Yeah, I was just looking at what I did with that quote. There it is. Okay, I would make a motion that we go ahead and purchase 2 21-foot sections of bleachers up to $61,000 for those 2 sets of bleachers.
Okay. Second that motion.
Okay, moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 60 what?
61,000 is what I authorized.
Okay.
So I'll,
And we'll have to file on that trucking deal.
yeah, we'll see if we can get some freight adjustment on that, so. But that gives us enough to, if we don't get much of adjustment, it'll take care of it, so.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, we adjourn, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?